Sorry. Check your phone. Check. 1, 2. Sorry. Such in a rush. Sorry. How y'all doing? Sorry. Is it cracking? Sorry. Hey. Oh man, how y'all doing? Let's get it. Yeah. Oh shit. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Damn. You gonna come back? You gonna pop out of there? Damn. Do I have to put you down? Hey. How y'all doing? Microphone check. 1. Let's let this. Oh, hey. No, I know you was going on. You was going. Hey, bro, you on till 10. What? Man, I'm not helping you. All y'all had the tablet in there. Go ask them. I had a secret of Oz. I'm on the money trail. I'm on the shit they got. Hey, I just, man, Sister Soul, I just happened to look up the gold standard and the executive order Kennedy that got Kennedy slid out the way, the gold standard. How about it was signed? It's meant for me to do this. He signed a executive order 1110 on June 4th. My birthday was June 4th, but in 63. Yeah. Earlier, that 666, all that shit. Was you there? Man, tired of this shit, man. I'm going in. I got to. It ain't no. I'm doing me. Shouts out to y'all. Hey. Damn. It's about the money. But I found out the money is just a medium. They didn't even want the coins over here. They used them. Thomas Jefferson that in. Money is portable. It's easier to carry the money around, the coins or the dollar. You know what I'm saying? It's about the money since this the great reset. Everybody love survival, love their way of life. We're going into the digital age. It's the great reset. Some people gonna lose their lives and their livelihood. It's the great reset. They're not bringing a bunch of old baggage into the new world order. What? You want to be free? You got to go down that small eye of the needle. Follow the money trail. You want to be free? Get your mind right. You got to be a martyr. I don't see no martyrs. I just don't. Everybody waiting. Man, our blood, sweat, and tears is behind the dollar. It said in Revelation 666 is man's number. Nobody don't know. Yo, that's the social security number. That's your number. Huh? certificate. That's ours for the taking. What's up? The blood, sweat, and tears. Niggas ain't shooting nothing. No. They wiped the slate clean of that. What's left is consumers. These are survivalists. Man, I got some shit. I ran up on some shit that break the whole commerce down, the history. Bitch tying the Knights of Temple. I got some shit, man. This wasn't no average website. This, man, you gotta be, well, this martyr. Man, the whole break, man, illustrated PDF, like I'm back to grabbing PDFs. What the fuck, man? Actions speak louder than words, man. My wife say, man, you'll be good on like a Shannon Sharp type show, just debating somebody. Man, I don't want to debate nobody like that, but man, I see my shit. It would never jump. I'm trying to kill the Goliath. What? The church wasn't it? Christianity. The Bible says about it, but Christianity, not. Christianity is a religion for victims. Why? Big Mama and them. Oh, Jesus grabbed the wheel. No, that's victims. Martyrs. Jesus, the martyr is in red. In the New Testament, in the New Covenant contract, whatever. The red is talking, that's you. That's your number. But I get it. This conscious community is victims. They're victims. Why is everybody stuck in, we know enough. Our blood, sweat, and tears gonna do it. Ain't no paperwork, ain't no new studies like that. I get it. If I open this chat up, if I open my trap doors up and let it get full, let it get known for just rambling. If I just start opening up the trap, man, this would be a hangout just for disturbances. It seems like there's a handful of content creators. There's a handful of churches. The same below, the same above, the same below. This is church 101. This is church at its finest. Shouts out. Man, this country community is wishy-washy. It's fair weather. I better go on and give these shots out before they leave. Shots out to Mind's Eye. Shots out to Tiffany Johnson. Shots out to Sister Soul. A lot more topics than what I got going on. Hey, I thank y'all for being here, man. I appreciate that, man. I don't know, man. I just don't know, man. I might have to, it's looking like, god damn, this bitch in them. Fuck. Damn. There goes the pretty overlay. I gotta shut this OBS down. I ain't really be skipping like this. Skipping and hopping, skipping and hopping. Yeah, you can see a blank screen. All right, hold up. Don't you worry. I got you covered. Don't you worry. I got you. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I got you. Hold up. Oh, that's looking. Yeah, yeah. I had to. Damn, man. My fucking shit going, man. StreamYard. Pussy regular StreamYard. Damn. Hold up, man. Let me go on and find it then. Let me find it. Hey, this a warm up, man. Hey, y'all go to the store, run to the store, get a blunt. Do whatever. Just come on back, all right? This is a movie that from the PDF that I ran across today in the blue links. I seen this movie and we're going to watch it. I watched just a little bit of it. It was made in 2010. Secret of Oz. You know, The Wizard of Oz was about what we go through, about the straw man, the L, you know what I'm saying, the straw man. But before I start, give shots out. Oh shit, shots out. They're targeting melanated girls and women because we are the portals. I know that's right. Shots out to you. Thank you for your wonderful typing content. You must be a secretary or something. I mean, you got extensive typewriter knowledge and all that, man. You know, I talk text. Thank you. Big Dog Philly. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Soul, I'll get up on yours when I seen that you live at 10, drop live, Truth Seeker live, I think everything, question everything live too. So like I say, I don't look before I go both ways. I just, when I feel compelled, and this more just show and tell. But with that being said, let me go on and get to it. I think this is very interesting. Thank y'all for y'all support. Let's get it.
What's going on with the American economy? Foreclosures are everywhere, unemployment is skyrocketing, and it looks like this may only be the beginning. As a result, most Americans fear that our cherished basic freedoms and way of life are under direct attack as our standard of living sinks like a stone. But could it be that all these problems were foreseen 100 years ago by L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz? Why is this just coming out? Because when the MGM movie The Wizard of Oz was made in 1939, significant changes were made from L. Frank Baum's original book version written 40 years earlier in 1899.
In the book version of The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's slippers are made of silver, as opposed to in the film version where Dorothy's slippers are made of ruby. You take away the silver slippers on the gold or yellow brick road, and all of the other symbols
I got it, Noble.
To be lost.
Now let's see what the experts say about our current problem, then look at our history so we can understand what L. Frank Baum was trying to say in his book, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Well, it's no secret to any American that we're living in very precarious times. Americans are being robbed blind, and they don't even know.
By you, JJ, the enlightened one.
Clearly
Thank
you. In a bus, and we're heading for the edge of a cliff. And there still is probably time to change course. The only problem is the people driving the bus don't realize that there's a cliff there yet.
If the problem that's grinding the economy to a halt is too much debt, and if nobody in the government, in either party, is looking at solving the debt problem, then the answer is it's going to go into a depression as far as the eye can see.
And so we're going to have a massive recession, or let's call it a depression, while the economy rebalances away from a service sector economy towards a good producing economy, away from a borrow and spend economy to a save and produce economy. That's what we need to do. We can't get from where we are to where we need to be without a severe depression.
What can government do? The sad answer is, under our current monetary system, nothing. It's not going to get any better until the root cause of the problem is understood and addressed. There isn't enough stimulus money in the entire world to get us out of this hole. Why? Debt. The national debt is just like our consumer debt. It's the interest that's killing us.
You must understand that every penny, every dollar we have in circulation is created as an interest-bearing debt.
So what is the national debt? When government spends more than it collects in taxes, it has to borrow the difference by selling interest-bearing IOUs, such as U.S. bonds. When a U.S. bank buys a $100 U.S. bond, it gets to loan out 10 times that amount. So the bank not only gets back the $100 plus interest from the federal government, it gets to loan out another $1,000 it doesn't have and charge additional interest. Banks are allowed to create this extra money out of thin air. That's why bank buildings are the biggest in every town on the planet. This system of lending way more than you have is called fractional reserve lending. Almost all our money is created by banks, lending it to people, to companies, or to government. As we'll see, there is a better way for a government to get money. Simply issue it without debt for the benefit of all citizens equally. Abraham Lincoln did it, Ben Franklin did it, Jefferson wanted to do it. Honest Americans have fought against this bank-controlled debt money system throughout American history. But unless we change it soon, most of our freedoms will soon be lost in a tidal wave of debt. 75 years ago, an employee of the Atlanta Federal Reserve explained the importance of the debt money system and how it can strangle our economy. Someone has to borrow every dollar we have in circulation. If the banks create ample money, we are prosperous. If not, we starve. When one gets a complete grasp of the picture, the tragic absurdity of our hopeless position is incredible. It is the most important subject intelligent persons can investigate and reflect upon.
Our government should never go into debt. It doesn't need to go into debt. A government can issue the money it needs.
That's absolutely right. Under our current money system, the government has to borrow our money into existence, then pay interest on it. That's why they call it the national debt. All our money is created out of debt. Politicians who focus on reducing the national debt without trying to actually fix the underlying cause probably don't understand what the national debt really is. To reduce the national debt would be to reduce our money, and there's already not enough money for the average person.
Why haven't we heard this before? Because most of the media and Congress are beholden to the big banks for loans. Yes, Congress still appropriates money, but where do they get it? Again, what they can't raise from taxes, they borrow from banks. In 2009, Congress will spend over $4 trillion, but they will have to borrow half of it. But on top of that, in 2008-2009, Congress bailed out the biggest banks by giving them nearly $1 trillion.
The worst part is we aren't just giving the money away, we're borrowing it to give it away.
If we don't do something about the fact that we are now in a situation where the additional debt we're taking on is actually depressing GDP, we're going to have a major problem here in the very near future. You can't keep doing that forever. Sooner or later, the people that loan us that money are going to say, no, we're not going to loan you anymore.
One of the things I think that's difficult to figure out from the political side of this thing, it's clear that they're making a lot of mistakes. And the question in my mind is, are these mistakes? Could people in Washington, the highest officials of the land, really be ignorant about what they're doing? Because I can't look at what the politicians are doing in Washington. I can't look at that.
They know what's going on. They stress like us. The politicians do not stress over light bills and survival things that the common man, they know what's going on. They stress over is this it? That's what type of shit they be worrying about. Man, they act like the last guy who said these people aren't going to keep loaning you money. That's hogwash. They're in it. They're bankers. Their supply is endless. That's the psyopsness about politics. You get thrown off by the tax. Nah. The services. The services cover. There's a lot of services. What in America, the infrastructure, it's an infrastructure, but there's some shitty ass roads. So there you go. There's some shitty education. The lottery goes to somebody. You think in Lakeland, we have our own power plant. So City of Lakeland has its own power plant. That ain't City of Lakeland shit. That's somebody, man, that's a foreigner shit. You think, taxes, the unemployment, that's a insurance policy. No taxes, your taxpayers don't pay nothing. Taxes are voluntary. But this is real, but it's psyops. Buddy, probably you don't know, but your boss know. The higher your bosses get, they know. They is buffers. They are contracted to stand in front of the gate, and a lot of them know this is it. They know. How I got this, how I'm on this JFK, that executive order, the 1110 signed on my birthday, June 4th, but it was 63 before my birthday, before I was here. But that executive order, see, he signed executive just like now. When the presidents get in, administrators, they be quick, sign executive orders, sign this, sign. They blocking it. Kenny blocked, and then they slid him out the way. Then Lyndon Johnson came and signed another executive order that got the new world order back. You see? Man. By me, just looking up gold standard, JFK gold standard. And I got a map that's about PDF, I swear, it's about 100 or some pages with a timeline of commerce. Big. Y'all don't give a damn. Man, let me get back to this. There you go. Y'all ain't ready for this. I know. He is.
That and say, there's any hope of that working.
Whoa. Here, they know. They know. They know. They just hoping that today ain't the day. Huh? They just hope that that the right scandal didn't wash up their way, and it's daytime to fulfill the rest of the oath. If they slide niggas out the way quick, they get the same. Theirs is more powerful. You will never see it coming. Theirs get a little whitewashing. The niggas, they leave that shit dirty. They sprinkle dope and do all type of sprinkle money, leave money, and sprinkle dope around and leave bullets. Ah, man. Look. They know. Don't think that. Don't let these lawyers, mostly all of them are fucking lawyers. The Bar Association, all of that falls in the same. Lawyers are politicians. Politicians are lawyers. Yeah, I know. I get back to it. I know it. I know it's a lot going on in the YouTube streets, and hey, if it dropped down to zero, it must mean that there's a major beef on somebody bill going on. So I get it. I understand. Brother say, House of Nathan, thank you. High honor, high honor. My brother say, lies. Yeah, liars, yeah. They liars. Liar. Pass on fire. Let me get back to this before I lose y'all. Thank y'all. Like, share, subscribe. It's free.
And these guys have to face election. Now, when the next election
selection, not election, buddy boy. Selection. Get it right.
They're not going to be politically popular figures.
They are the most popular. Look at Clinton. The Lewinsky. Look at. Do I have to try the famous Bill Clinton in the 90s? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Read my, hey, I think every president be wanting to say, Bush, read my lips, no new taxes. A lot of new taxes. The fuck out of here. Hey, that goddamn Arkansas, that Razorback, Clinton, the Razorback. See, if I didn't want to I'm trying to be in good graces with YouTube. So Goody Mob back in 95 in him. Bro, you said Dirty Bill Clinton fronted me some weight. What? I knew it was dope, but I didn't know who it was back then. I was ignorant, but I was, what? Oh, Dirty Bill sold me some weight. What? Yeah. How they knew? Shit. They said, man, Bill Clinton, when he was in Arkansas, the governor, in the White House in Arkansas, shit, Bill was getting them shits shipped in jets. What the fuck you mean? Yeah, go what? So you know where the weight is, yeah. Killer Hillary, and shit, wherever. Hey, boy, they say, boy, it's documented, man, wherever. Hey, boy, them Clintons, sliders. Hey, they new names should just be the sliders. But you get too close, bitch, your ass may mysteriously just playing your perfect plan death the most freakiest way possible. Hey, you just driving and then your car just yeah. Shit. What? Yeah, I think boy the sliders are got to be the Michael Jordan of the political murderers and shit. I don't think the Godfather and them got none on the sliders. They had niggas, hey, man, Bill slid right in on a nigga back. Who did Razorback Billy do his psyops saxophone Milli Vanilli Arsenio Hall? Razorback Billy, let me find out that you had time to learn to play the saxophone. Billy Bob, Razorback, Billy Bob Clinton, you ain't had time. Man, when you wasn't doing what you do in the governor's mansion, Arkansas's White House, shit, you was sliding witnesses. Maybe the first few you got hands on, and then after that, you like, man, I ain't got time for that, man. Shit, man, I'm not, hey, man, my selection, I'm going to be selected to be the president one day. Who doing this? Who doing this? The others about to teach you to death with the same repetitive. Who doing this? Imagine. Yeah, y'all ain't heard that in a while. Imagine. Cause my imagination. Fuck y'all mean, man. I better back up. Let me get my Shannon Sharp on by my motherfucking self while I talk to the boy look like Tonto in him.
There are gonna be
look like, hey, he look like Poncherello off of Chips Patrol and them uncle.
consequences for the politicians. So what makes them push the wrong buttons?
Shit. You know what makes them push the wrong buttons. Motherfucking intimidation from up top. The fuck you mean? What makes them push them buttons? Hey, if you don't sit your acting ass down some goddamn well, man. Hey, now the thing, but this shit psyops.
I heard a senator on TV say the trouble with General Motors, they have too much debt. And so the solution is to give them another big loan. Well, you can't borrow yourself out of debt. General Motors can't. You and I can't. The federal government can't. Nobody can borrow themselves out of debt. No more than, like I said before, you cannot drink yourself sober. And that's what we're all trying to do. So it don't make any difference what kind of stimulus. And Obama, he had the right idea. We're going to build lots of new roads, but he's going to borrow the money. Well, how we can't even pay the debt now. I mean, we can't even pay the interest on it.
Nobody's even talking about the debt problem as such. They're talking about the fact that, gee, the bankers aren't making enough money to live in the way that they're accustomed to.
Until politicians begin to understand where the root of the problem lies, we're never going to fix this. But the good news is that the solution isn't new or radical. America used to do it long before L. Frank Baum wrote about it. Throughout American history, politicians have fought with big bankers over it. But this aspect of our history has now been erased from history books.
I think we need to reconsider and rethink, perhaps, the very foundations of our economic and monetary system.
The government, a government agency of some kind, should take charge of the money supply.
But that's not the way it is now in Great Britain.
No, not in any country. It's almost all over the world. It's the bulk of the money supply is now created by commercial banks as debt. If we were starting for people that were just at the start of the constitution of a society, and someone suggested, well, look, the best way of creating the money and putting it in is to combine it with the function of providing a competitive profit-making market for borrowing and lending, it would be regarded as idiotic.
You want a new cause to embrace? You want to do something good for humanity? How about one simple reform that will fix most of the bad things in this world, like hunger, poverty, disease, and misery? This is the ultimate.
Hell no. Hell, see you always gotta live off niggas' backs. Hey, that's that charity shit there, man. Man, that's that missionary charity shit. See, the first thing, shit, you cause the sickness. You cause the shit, and then you gonna do a clean psyops. Man, they had me psyops back in 85 in them. Nigga, I gave my, I'll be lying if I say that it was allowance. I just so happened to mysteriously found about $2 worth of quarters. And I think my mama and them, yeah, they did. They must have got a money order or something, because I had a picture. It was, man, that was psyops back then, man. That shit was, man, that currency didn't go nowhere over there. It got intercepted by Pablo Escobar. Shit. The fuck out of it, man. Man, and look, the first thing, nigga, y'all hook nose and them, y'all caused all of the Hunger Games, poverty, disease, and misery. It's because of you. You put it on niggas. Shit. The blacks is from this bitch. The fuck you mean the first was made the last, and the last. For real. Hunger, you. Poverty, you. Disease, you. Misery. What do you get? Hell on earth. But you get psyops to believe that your flesh ain't gonna burn forever. That's what's scary. Now that's scary, but your soul gonna burn forever. Hey, go watch Faces of Death. Some of them. I'm telling my age damn near. I bet you on Faces of Death or something that it's somebody that caught some shit on live action. And if you have the heart and all to stomach to watch somebody being burnt alive after the two separations, after the flesh goes this way and the supernatural, the soul, the driver, the driving force within inside the vessel, once that goes that way, you do not hear that soul saying, help me, my soul's on fire, help, I'm burning, help me, put my soul out, my soul's on fire. How the fuck is You going to the pits of hell, to the lake of fire. The supernatural, your soul, the invisible man, the driver is made of the same things that the elements of this of this plantation is made of, man. You bought, man. Shouts out to Noble for that. Saying that. Bitch, I know it's Southern. I ain't know shit. Starlight so bright and shit. But grandma was saying, maybe she knew. Sickle cell trait shit. Cash that up to shit. Saucy, hey. I knew it was a shit. I knew it was something. I knew it. That's the cure to the real 19 that happened in 82 somewhere. Fuck you mean? Huh? Nah, man. Huh? I knew it, man. I knew it was something, man. Shouts out to Nova for that. We ain't even break that down yet. Man, there's so much that the hook nose and whoever, the head niggas in charge, the head nose is in charge. Shit. Man, that's some psyop. Man, that's some bullshit. So I'm looking, read you Fauci, feces, Dr. Feces. That next mutation better come out of your area somewhere. Listen to my fingers. That next mutation invention better, you say, see, psyops, you put it all over anybody but you. That next mutation better come out of the Caucasus Mountain area. That shit, fuck that baby out of the Caucasus Mountain. That mutation better come out of the Caucasus Mountain. That the next one better be inspired. Caucasus 25. Covert Caucasus 25 or whatever. That next shit better be. I was telling motherfuckers last year. It is okay to tell any information because Feces, Dr. Feces is going back on what he said, but I also shared that too. He said, she said, but nobody gives a damn. I get it. Dr. Nazi, shit. That buddy boy, hey. I heard somewhere that is Mother Teresa's or whatever, which one, Hyundai, Dundee, or I heard. I'm looking at the phenotypes. I automatically, the phenotype, detective phenotype. Hey, I get on there, I'm looking at this motherfucker. That bitch short too. That bitch ain't nothing but about 5'1". About 5'1", same difference. You know what? He does look like Mother Teresa. So, was it Mother Teresa? Life hole supposed to be welded shut or something like this shit? So if that's the case, that wasn't a love child. That was a lust child. So, Dr. Feces Fauci is a lust child or possibly of Mother Teresa. Let me find out. Imagine. That's how I got in there. For real. Man, who doing this? I don't need nobody up my Kobe Bryant and shit. Move out the way. Elbow motherfucker. Hey, move out the way, boy, Kobe Bryant and shit, man. I don't need nobody up here. I'm trained. I tell my future ex-wife and them, you wasn't in the war room creating with me. Just like Drake, Rick Ross, that old Jacoby, bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym. It's the war room. A loaf. Stay in this bitch, man. This aloofness comes from, man, I was talking to the screen. I had more interaction with a plastic screen than actual human beings, types of mankind, for the longest. And my future former ex-wife told me that I had something that I had a talent that I could look and stay focused and watch a screen the way I do for so long. So give it up for the better looking half and everything. The other half, Mrs. Coppertone. Say real quick, when she first started sitting by me, man, I was scared, man. But nah, it's all love, man. It's all love, man. Hey, I'm a piece of shit, man, but shots out. Hey, Noble, what you? They don't want to tell us what's going on. It was one of them Tuskegee Ferry. Oh, yeah. Hey. We know the traditions. We let everything down except traditions. You would do, you upset and let your pops down or whatever. You been letting. You woman, girl, whatever, you get a scandal and then you bring one home. You let all the women down. All the righteous women was let down. But those that are not unrighteous, hey girl, hey, you got a moneymaker. Hey, you might as well get it while you can. But I'll stay off of that because that's a touchy subject. I'll leave that for somebody more qualified. Traditions. We don't let the motherfucking traditions down. We do not let traditions down for nothing. We're steady. See, look. Somewhere in the South, especially, they are still singing, I'm coming up on the rough side of the mountain with the same cadence from the same Negro spiritualness, the same cadence and all, the same flow, the same, I'm coming up. Yes, repetitive insanity, but it is no repentance. But let me get back to it before I lose everybody with these dry ass jokes and this dry, useless content. Appreciate that. All right, back to it.
A civil rights struggle, humankind's escape from serfdom.
As President Obama put it,
due to the ongoing recession, the number of chronically hungry people will climb to over 1 billion worldwide.
Whoa, they knew that, huh?
But this is completely
that was a plan, psyops
yes,
plan, huh?
We could eliminate world hunger in a few years, but how?
The solution is the secret that's been hidden from us for over 100 years, ever since the time when author L. Frank Baum wrote The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
But before we show you what these symbols were, we've got to understand some history. Otherwise, the Wizard of Oz connection just won't make sense to you. So let's take a journey down the yellow brick road through monetary history. Our first stop will be Rome.
The problem with money is that, like many other things in life, people fight over who gets to be in control of it.
In fact, the only time Jesus became violent was when he chased the money changers from the temple. He made a whip out of cords and he scattered the coins of the money changers.
What did I motherfucking tell you? The real Jesus was a militant. He did not commit a sin crime because he was a representation, because they did some foul shit in it was a synagogue. That sinner, that 501c3 sinner was a sin against God. The fuck out of here. See, psyopsness. But when they get control of you, they give it to you as the roles and the eyes and the spirit. You don't have a soul. They snatch your soul to give you a spirit. You have the Holy Spirit, victim spirit. Huh? Told you. Jesus got mad as fuck, man. Get the fuck out of my motherfucking dad. My mama's house. It was really, get the fuck out of my mama's house. Shit. She gonna whoop my ass. Get out of here. Then he wasn't angry, nothing. He didn't let it go down before the sun went down. He handled his business. The fuck you mean? Huh? Jesus was militant. That's why they killed his ass. That's why nobody wanted to be Jesus. Jesus died. Jesus got set up by Judas. Judas was a nigga. Jesus was a nigga. See that? Nobody. See, everybody wants to be a nigga. What he was really saying is, everybody wants to be Jesus, but nobody wants to be Jesus. Jesus was a militant. Jesus knew he was he was limited. The fuck. That was a. I know. I get it. I get it. I get it.
And overturned their tables. What was that all about? The money changers were the bankers of that day. They had created a special silver coin called the half shekel of the sanctuary. Even the poor had to have some of these coins to pay their temple tax.
So that's mythology, huh? The money, the commerce, though. Hey, I told you in the book of commerce, the Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. Basic instructions before, basic instructions of knowing economics before your soul leave the earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I get it. I get it. Psyop, burn everything, burn the Bible, but the Bible is about to tell your dumb ass about the economics that niggas don't have.
What made Rome great? There were many factors, but certainly the most
civilization was all over this motherfucking plane. Shit, there was civilization, there was servants,
people with a plentiful form
there
of
was
cheap money
citizens.
made from copper.
You worked something.
Then they spent this cheap money into the economy. It was a revolutionary
idea. Shit, to make that land, they had to take that land from somebody to build that shit. Colonizers, civilizations, one and the same. Lay down, or you gonna get down and lay down. Bitch, we need this land.
Controls its
we need this land.
Did it work back then? It was amazingly effective. Unlike today, it was
that was niggas' land that died in ancient times, and they built on that shit.
This was the first great experiment in wresting the money power.
Who built that? It wasn't them. It wasn't the bosses and the uppers. They ain't getting their hands dirty. Who built that shit?
Usual gold coins, which always
the prisoners of war.
With this new plentiful supply of money, real wealth flowed to the common man.
Without the use of either gold or silver, Rome became mistress of commerce of the world. Her people were the bravest, the most prosperous, the most happy, for they knew no grinding poverty. Her money was issued directly to the people and was composed of a cheap material, copper and brass, based alone upon the faith and credit of the nation. With this abundant money supply, she built her magnificent courts and temples. She distributed her lands among the people in small holdings, and wealth poured into the coffers of Rome.
But then, suddenly Julius Caesar changed the Roman money supply drastically. He started minting gold coins with his image on them. Then he declared himself emperor for life, putting an end to Rome's great experiment in elected government. The Republicans in the Senate hated gold money and the plutocracy, ruled by the rich, that it implied. Although the senators assassinated Julius Caesar, gold money now had taken root, empowered by the very rich and the dictators they were able to buy with their gold. After Caesar's assassination, copper and brass were demonetized, taken out of circulation. The quantity of money was reduced by 90%. A deep depression set in. The average person had to sell his property just to buy basic necessities. The wealth of the nation was quickly concentrated into the hands of the richest Romans once again.
Gone was the incentive to work hard and build a great nation for the common good. By 401 AD, Rome was sacked by the Visigoths, and humanity was plunged into the gloom of the Dark Ages. So, in Rome, we learned that with cheap government-issued money, the Roman Republic flourished, but under gold money, it perished. This controversy between cheap money and gold money continues throughout history and, as we'll see, is symbolized in part by the yellow brick road. Flash forward 7 centuries to 1100 AD in England. There were no banks like we think of them today. What served as banks were the goldsmiths, those who made their gold into gold coins. Although most people didn't understand it, these goldsmiths controlled the economy of the nation and thereby even the politics, even in a monarchy. By acting in concert, goldsmiths could either make money scarce or plentiful. When they made their gold money plentiful, the economy of the nation flourished. When they made their gold coins scarce, a depression set in and they could buy up assets for pennies on the dollar. About 1100 AD, King Henry I, the son of England's first Norman king, William the Conqueror, was low on gold money. A series of costly wars had depleted the royal treasury. So just as colonial Pennsylvania would do hundreds of years later, Henry created a unique form of government-issued money called tally sticks. Tally sticks did not represent any quantity of gold or any other commodity. They were simply polished sticks of wood, issued by the king, which he declared to be good for the payment of taxes. That made tally sticks just as good as any other form of money. All right, here we are in the Bank of England Museum with curator John Keyworth, and I'm holding in my hand one of the oldest forms of British money. This is called a tally stick. This is actually a very rare example of a tally stick because it has the two halves of the tally stick.
So the idea with the tally stick was that you cut notches in a piece of wood. Usually it was hazel, and these notches were of a prescribed size dimension.
Yeah,
if you look at this one, you can see it's got 1,000-pound notches. So
there's 6 notches times 1,000 pounds each. Is that the way it is?
That's exactly.
So
yeah.
that's a 6,000-pound tally stick.
Yeah.
This side is called the
stock. This was kept by the person who made the loan or
I see.
paid the money in.
I see.
And this is the foil.
And
which
so the
was
foil would be spent into existence. And the idea was that this splitting the stick down the middle was to prevent counterfeiting because, of course, a stick splits uniquely down the middle.
Because when the debt was repaid, the two pieces were put together, and if they didn't tally, something was awry.
The longer half of a tally stick was called the stock, the root word for stocks and bonds or stockholders. For centuries, the supporters of gold-backed money have belittled tally sticks as an unimportant form of fiat money, one not backed by gold or silver. Some authors even claim that tallies weren't a real money system because they were only used for very large transactions, but that's just not the case.
And was this the common size of tally sticks?
In the Middle Ages, the average size was reckoned to be the length from the tip of his thumb to the tip of his forefinger, quite short. Because if you think of it in terms of this is 6,000 pounds. That means it's a huge, huge sum of money.
So the wider the spacing, the larger the
larger the amount. But it was a prescribed distance. It was an inch and I think half an inch for hundreds and a quarter of an inch for tens. And then it became little lines drawn across with a saw.
So it is clear that tally sticks were used for smaller denominations too, and worked well as an effective debt-free money system for 726 years. Without the crushing weight of debt-based money, England flourished into the greatest power on earth for many centuries.
At their peak, it has been estimated that 95% of English money was in the form of tally sticks.
Compare that to today, where the only debt-free government-issued money is in the form of coin, about 3% of the money supply in the UK and far less in the US. After democratizing the money power of the nation with tally sticks, King Henry then began decentralizing political power as well.
King Henry granted something called the Charter of Liberties, voluntarily stating what his powers were under law. Before that, kings had assumed unlimited power. This was followed in 1215 by the Magna Carta, the basis of the U.S. Constitution. A new class began to develop, the merchant class. Trade routes grew, and new towns sprang up along them. This mercantile class needed stability, and so they supported the king, his strong central government, and the rule of law. In 1265, the first parliamentary elections were held. Government by the people in England was born. As money poured into the middle class, the small business persons of the day, feudalism began to break down, and the English Renaissance was born. By the 1600s, serfdom in England was legally banned. Humanity, at least in England, was finally set free. Literature flourished. Now there was money to support artistic endeavors like the plays of William Shakespeare. The nation was at ease due to a debt-free money. Although life in the Middle Ages was certainly not easy by today's standards, once tally sticks were killed and the nation became indebted to bankers, it got worse. After 600 years, the money changers were finally able to begin to reassert their control over English money when they convinced the Parliament to create the Bank of England. This put the banking community back in control of manipulating the quantity of English money. Now England had to borrow its money supply from banks and pay interest on it, instead of the government simply issuing its own money without such debt.
So in England, we learned that simple sticks of wood broke the monopoly of gold money. This debt-free money lasted for 7 centuries and allowed a small island nation to rule the waves and freedom to root deeply in the new middle class.
With the goldsmiths back in control, England was now financing its wars with this bank loan money.
Just 75 years later, England's war debts consumed 75% of its budget. 3/4 of British taxes were spent just on paying the interest on its war bonds.
As a result, England needed to squeeze more and more money from all her colonies to pay the interest on this new growing debt. America was no exception. Pre-revolutionary America was still relatively poor. There was a severe shortage of precious metal coins to trade for goods. So the early colonists were increasingly forced to experiment with printing their own homegrown paper money. This paper money was called colonial scrip. Colonial scrip was a dangerous concept for bankers. It broke the colonies free of the privately owned central bank system, where money had to be created by banks and then loaned to governments. As Franklin put it,
In the colonies, we issue our own money. It is called colonial scrip. We control its purchasing power, and we have no interest to pay to no one.
In 1764, the British Parliament passed the Currency Act. Again, it ordered all Americans to pay their taxes in gold or silver coin. For those who believe that a return to a gold-backed money is the answer for America's current monetary problems, look what happened to America after the Currency Act of 1764 was passed. As Franklin put it,
In 1 year, the conditions were so reversed that the era of prosperity ended, and a depression set in, to such an extent that the streets of the colonies were filled with unemployed.
to Ben Franklin, this return to a gold money system was the basic cause for the American Revolution.
The colonies would gladly have borne the little tax on tea and other matters, had it not been that England took away from the colonies their money, which created unemployment and dissatisfaction.
Americans were mad. and did everything they could to get around Britain's gold money system. In 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act, requiring that every item sold had to have a stamp placed on it indicating that a tax had been paid on that item and paid in gold. This is what drove America to open revolt.
Do you understand what that means? Without gold, you could literally buy or sell nothing. Why? Because the British had successfully forced the colonies to pay for everything using only a precious commodity, gold. This is the very definition of the word plutocracy, rule by the rich.
These people that deal with gold and silver only have never spent 1 minute of actually trying to figure out how it worked in history, how it would work in real life. And the only way they can support their gold theories is they just treat it as religion and said, we don't have to understand it. We just know that that's God's money and it'll work. And that's not true.
By the outbreak of the Revolution in April 1775, the colonies started printing a new form of paper money to finance the war.
It was called continental currency because, unlike colonial scrip, it was the first issued by the new central government.
Continentals worked great at first, but then the British started counterfeiting it massively, sending it to America literally by the bale. By the end of the war, the currency was virtually worthless. As George Washington lamented, a wagon load of money will scarcely purchase a wagon load of provisions. Earlier, colonial scrip had worked because just enough was issued to facilitate trade and counterfeiting was minimal. In other words, the quantity was controlled by the government that issued it. Gold bugs today try to claim that because paper money didn't work during the Revolutionary War, it shouldn't be used today. But keep in mind, it doesn't matter what backs your money. All that matters is who controls its quantity. Will it be your elected officials, or will it be some unelectable banker? Colonial paper money before the Revolution had worked so well that the Bank of England had Parliament outlawed and forced America to use only gold money, gold which they controlled.
In our next stop on the Yellow Brick Road, which represents the banker's gold money system, we find how the curse of the privately owned central bank first came to America.
In 1781, towards the end of the war, the Continental Congress met here in Philadelphia. They pondered what to do about their grave financial situation. The money was so worthless that people papered their walls with it. Congress finally agreed to give a group of bankers a monopoly on creating U.S. money by loaning it to the government. It was the first privately owned central bank. The plan, of course, was modeled on the Bank of England. The new bank would be called the Bank of North America. It would be the first of a string of controversial, privately owned central banks, which Congress would charter, then in the face of public outrage, uncharter over the years. 4 years later, in 1785, the value of the new currency had plummeted. Inflation was rampant. Prices had risen by 72%. So, after a stiff battle, Congress killed this, the first privately owned central bank in America. 2 years later, when it came time to write the Constitution in 1787, many of the delegates did not remember how well America's government-issued paper money had worked in Pennsylvania. They were still stung by the inflation of the Bank of North America and the hyperinflation during the Revolution, primarily caused by British counterfeiting. Strangely, the Constitution allows the federal government to borrow money, but is silent on the federal role in printing paper money, known in the language of the day as emitting bills of credit. This defect in the Constitution is at the root of all our economic problems today.
2 years after the U.S. Constitution was signed, debt-free money was tried in Sweden in 1789, but with tragic results. To pursue a war with Russia, King Gustav III persuaded the Swedish parliament to print debt-free money called riksgälds. This was very costly to the bankers. Sweden had learned the secret of simply printing its own money without debt. In 1792, only 3 years into the experiment, King Gustav was assassinated by moneylender Jacob Johan Ankerström. As is frequently the case in time of war, too many Riksgälds were printed. The quantity was not controlled. A nation will sacrifice everything for survival during time of war. So inflation ruined the debt-free money experiment in Sweden by 1834, just as it had a few years earlier during the American Revolution, again because the quantity was not controlled.
One mistake the Constitution didn't make was to mandate that the federal government pay all its debts only in gold. Then we would have wound up with the same system that had caused the revolution in the first place. It does mandate that for state governments, but that has never been adhered to. All the Constitution had to do was to mandate that only Congress could issue the nation's money, debt-free, just like most people think happens today. This defect in the Constitution left the door wide open for bankers to ram a bill through Congress in 1791, 4 years after the Constitution had been signed, to turn over creation of the nation's money to private bankers once again. Like all the privately owned central banks that would follow, the new bank was given a name that would deceive people into thinking it was part of the U.S. government, but it was not. It was called the First Bank of the United States. This is actually the original building here in Philadelphia. After a contentious debate, Congress finally granted the new bank a 20-year charter, a private monopoly. Again, the nation's money would be created out of thin air by the new bank and loaned to the government and to private individuals, all at interest, just as our money supply is created today. So if there was $100 million worth of money in the economy, there would be $100 million worth of national debt. Debt the citizens and their children would have to pay interest on by taxation. And so it is today. The national debt is roughly the same as the national money supply. As Secretary of State, Jefferson watched the borrowing with sadness and frustration, unable to stop it.
I wish it were possible to obtain a single amendment to our Constitution, taking from the federal government the power of borrowing.
Although Jefferson served 2 terms as president from 1801 to 1809, nothing was done until the bank's charter came up for renewal in 1811. The press openly attacked the bank, calling it a great swindle. Some writers have claimed that the head of the Bank of England warned that the United States would find itself involved in a most disastrous war if the bank's charter were not renewed. After another contentious debate, the bank's renewal bill was defeated by a single vote in Congress. Within 5 months, the War of 1812 was on. In 1813, Jefferson wrote to his son-in-law, John Epps,
Although we have so foolishly allowed the power of issuing our own debt-free money to be filched from us by private individuals, I think we may recover it. The state should be asked to transfer the right of issuing paper money to Congress in perpetuity.
Jefferson had it exactly right. Congress and only Congress should have the right to issue America's paper money, and at no interest to no one. In 1814, the British successfully attacked Washington and burned the White House and the Capitol. After the conclusion of the War of 1812, the very next year, the bankers were back trying to get Congress to reinstate their precious privately owned central bank. Jefferson lashed out in a letter to then Treasury Secretary Gallatin.
The Treasury, lacking confidence in the country, delivered itself bound hand and foot to bold and bankrupt bankers pretending to have money, whom it could have crushed at any moment.
But despite Jefferson's protests, in 1816, Congress passed a bill giving another 20-year charter to a new privately owned central bank, the second bank of the United States.
Once again, the English debt money system was back in control of America. It was almost like the revolution had never happened. But then the bankers ran headlong into Old Hickory, Andrew Jackson.
By 1828, opponents of the bank nominated Senator Andrew Jackson of Tennessee, the hero of the final battle of the War of 1812, to run for president. The banks poured millions into Jackson's defeat, but to no avail. The American people were fed up with the privately owned central bank and wanted out. Jackson was swept into office. In 1832, with Jackson's reelection approaching, the bank tried to have their charter renewed early in the hopes that Jackson wouldn't want the controversy of a fight with bankers just before the election. They were wrong. Although Congress passed the renewal bill, Jackson vetoed it. His veto message drew a direct line between the bank and its masters in the Bank of England.
It is easy to conceive that great evils to our country and its institutions might flow from such a concentration of power in the hands of a few who are irresponsible to the people. Controlling our currency, receiving our public monies, and holding thousands of our citizens in dependence would be more formidable and dangerous than a military power of the enemy.
Nicholas Biddle was head of the Second Bank of the United States. He was brazen with the financial power he wielded over the nation. He even threatened to cause a depression if Jackson's veto were not overturned.
Nothing but widespread suffering will produce any effect on Congress. Our only safety is in pursuing a steady course of firm monetary restriction, and I have no doubt that such a course will ultimately lead to restoration of the currency and the recharter of the bank.
Biddle made good on his threat. America was quickly plunged into a deep depression. Property was foreclosed on for pennies on the dollar. Jackson responded forcefully.
You are a den of vipers. I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out.
Eventually, the nation's newspapers sided with Jackson and the bank was not rechartered. Jackson then set about paying off the national debt, a debt caused by the government borrowing the nation's money supply into existence. Jackson was the only president who ever paid off the national debt. A few weeks later, an assassin tried to shoot President Jackson. He stuck 2 pistols in the stomach, but both misfired. Jackson solemnly warned the nation about any future attempts to establish another privately owned central bank.
The bold effort the present bank had made to control the government, the distress it had wantonly produced, are but premonitions of the fate that awaits the American people should they be deluded into a perpetuation of this institution or the establishment of another like it.
Jackson went through essentially a multi-year war trying to get rid of the Second Bank of the United States. He ultimately won that war. He believed that the bankers of the time were extremely destructive to the Commonwealth of the United States, and that their policies were essentially to cause inflation in various asset classes and then cause deflation and wipe out everybody who was in debt. It's a pattern that is repeated throughout history. After the Revolutionary War, Great Britain sent some of their bankers over here to try to bribe Congress to get us onto a single metallic standard for the same purpose, because they controlled the gold supply. And if you control the quantity of the money, nobody else cares about anything else. You can cause depressions, deflation, inflation anytime you'd like for your own political and monetary benefit. And that if you can give people cheap credit that they cannot afford, human nature is that people will take whatever you give them for free, okay? Whether it ultimately destroys them or not. And so you can create these boom and bust cycles that ultimately asset strip the wealth of average people.
Jackson got us out of debt, but 25 years later, Abraham Lincoln would do even more, return to government-issued, debt-free money. He called them greenbacks, the inspiration for the Emerald City of Oz.
The bankers were still angry about Jackson killing the Second Bank of the United States 25 years earlier. Since then, America's economy had boomed, a bad example for the rest of the world. America had to be stopped, so they devised a plan to split the rich new nation, divide and conquer by war. As Chancellor of Germany, Otto von Bismarck put it in 1876,
I know of absolute certainty that the division of the United States into 2 federations of equal force was decided long before the Civil War by the high financial powers of Europe. These bankers were afraid that the United States, if they remained as one bloc and were to develop as one nation, would attain economic and financial independence which would upset the domination of Europe over the world.
President Jackson saw this coming as well. In his farewell address back on March 4th, 1837, he warned the nation.
Have designs already been formed to sever the Union? This great and glorious republic would soon be broken into a multitude of petty states, without commerce, without credit, loaded with taxes to pay armies, trampled upon by the nations of Europe. The bankers figured that no matter what the outcome, a war between North and South would leave America so financially strapped that the entire Western Hemisphere would once again be opened to colonization. Standing directly in the way was the newly elected President Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln evaded assassins in Baltimore in February of 1861 on his way to his inauguration in Washington on March 4th. The very next month, the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, after 7 southern states seceded from the Union. Soon thereafter, France invaded Mexico and stationed troops along the southern border of the U.S. Great Britain moved 11,000 troops into Canada and positioned them along America's northern border. The two longtime European enemies were ready to fight over the scraps that their central bankers were about to make of the American experiment in freedom. Lincoln was in a classic double bind. No matter what he did, he was being forced into a war by the hidden hands behind the financial curtain. He agonized over the fate of the Union, sensing it was only through the strength of union that the financial powerhouses of Europe could be held at bay. In 1861, Lincoln went to New York to apply for the necessary war loans from what he hoped were patriotic American bankers. But the bankers saw him coming and knew that the plan was to split the country in two. And so there was a high probability that Lincoln's government would default on any loans. Consequently, they demanded an interest rate of as much as 36%. Lincoln returned to Washington depressed. Then Lincoln came up with the most brilliant idea of his presidency. He decided to return to America's colonial monetary roots, have the government issue their own money. So that is exactly what Lincoln did. From 1862 to 1865, he printed $450 million of the new bills, which he called U.S. notes. To distinguish them from debt-based money, he had them printed in green ink on the back with a red seal on the front. That's why the notes were called greenbacks. Since Congress had declared greenbacks to be legal tender for all debts, Lincoln was able to pay his troops and buy their supplies with this new money, all created at no interest to the federal government. As MIT professor Dr. Davis Rich Dewey would write 40 years later in his Financial History of the United States,
the underlying idea in the greenback philosophy is that the issue of currency is a function of the government, a sovereign right which ought not to be delegated to corporations.
On April 14, 1865, 41 days after his second inauguration and 5 days after the end of the Civil War, Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater. The Chancellor of Germany, Otto von Bismarck, lamented the death of Abraham Lincoln.
The death of Lincoln was a disaster for the world. There was no man great enough to wear his boots. I fear that foreign bankers, with their torturous tricks, will entirely control the exuberant riches of America and use it systematically to corrupt modern civilization. They will not hesitate to plunge the whole world into wars and chaos in order that the earth should become their inheritance.
10 years after Lincoln's death, Bismarck himself narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in 1875. After the death of President Lincoln, the bankers began to reassert their control over America's money.
This was no easy task. Lincoln's greenbacks, just like Rome's plentiful debt-free coins and England's debt-free tally sticks, were generally popular, and their existence had let the genie out of the bottle. The public was becoming accustomed to debt-free money. Popular songs sang the greenbacks' praises. On April 12, 1866, Congress passed the Contraction Act. authorizing the Secretary of the Treasury to begin to retire the greenbacks in circulation and to contract the money.
Shouts out. I was just chilling. Shouts out. Crystal Metals, I ain't gonna rap too much. JJ a lighter one. Chris Spires, what's up, my brother? Big O, hashtag everything. Everything. Debt and interest. The Book of Commerce speaks of interest. Interest is not a good thing because the bad guys get control of that compromise and you get in these 30-year mortgages and all this shit. Interest is not a good thing. It is usury. The bankers are the same as used car salesmen. But then they wouldn't have leverage. Hey, it is what it is, huh? Hey, we want the nation, but hey, who gonna break down the economics and all this? I know. We just want to be on islands surrounded by sharks. I get it. My voice is aggravating. I get it. Everybody want to be up. I know the Bitcoin. The thing was something out of nothing. No niggas know nothing about this, but this bitch is interest free. Usury. I get it. Everybody want to be the bank. Boy, it's cold to be a bank. You play both sides. What good is it to gain the whole world, the whole bank, and them bankers still lost their soul? I get it. No, I get it. I got so many of them. I get it. Nah, the usury. You know what I'm saying? Something for nothing equals nothing. You want to be the citizens want to be just like the corporations. Everybody is corporations. This is a dog eat dog world. You want to be on the island, huh? You want to be somewhere past Australia. You don't even know the name of this. It's about your island is about an acre in them. You got an acre, and bitch, you surrounded by nothing but sharks. I get it.
Supply. Authors Ted Thorne and Richard Warner explained the results of the money contraction in their book on the subject, The Truth in Money Book.
The hard times which occurred after the Civil War could have been avoided if the greenback legislation had continued as President Lincoln had intended. Instead, there were a series of money panics, what we call recessions, which put pressure on Congress to enact legislation to place the banking system under centralized control.
In 1866, there was $1.8 billion in currency in circulation in the United States, about $50.46 per capita. In 1867 alone, $500 million was removed from the U.S. money supply. 10 years later, in 1876, America's money supply was reduced to only $600 million. In other words, 2/3 of America's money had been called in by the bankers. Incredibly, only $14.60 per capita remained in circulation. What's so important about how money was withdrawn from the U.S. money supply? Because this is the real cause of depressions, deliberate manipulations of the money supply by big bankers to get what they want politically. The very thing King Henry was trying to put a stop to when he created tally sticks in 1100 AD. 10 years later, the money supply had been further reduced to only $400 million, even though the population had boomed.
The result was that only $6.67 per capita remained in circulation, an 84% decline in just 20 years. The people suffered terribly in a protracted, severe depression. Now let's put these percentage figures into perspective. On January 28, 2009, the world's business and government leaders met in Davos, Switzerland at the annual World Economic Forum, which they optimistically titled Shaping the Post-Crisis World, as though someone had already fixed the problem. According to Reuters, the world's largest news service, the world's money supply had nearly been cut in half in the previous 15 months.
40% of the world's wealth was destroyed in the last 5 quarters. It is an almost incomprehensible number.
And how does that compare to the Great Depression of the 1930s? Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman put it this way in his 1996 interview with National Public Radio.
The Federal Reserve definitely caused the Great Depression by contracting the amount of currency in circulation. 40% of the world's wealth was destroyed in the last 5 quarters. It is an almost incomprehensible number.
Watch for the hook nose in them.
And how does that compare to the Great Depression of the 1930s? Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman put it this.
That's it for me. Man. Hey, I know. Hey, the Book of Commerce won. Hey, the Book of Commerce. I know. I get it. But the oppression and all the torture that everybody go through, that shit real. I get it. Hey, it was a special kind of man that was put over the fingers. Hook nose gray in them. Hook nose gray. I dare somebody look up hook nose gray when your spirit, your soul can. I ain't go deep, but just watch for the hook. Huh? I know it's hard. I get it. It gotta look like George Soros and them, huh? I get it. Somebody hashtag hook nose. Somebody hashtag hook nose gray. Fuck it. I dare anybody in that motherfucking chat. I bet you nobody in that motherfucking chat won't. Yeah, but hey, I will. oh, my dog, my brethren from North Florida. That's what I'm gonna salute. Hey, damn. Hey, you know that in order to really be federally recognized, you had to have a hook nose in them. Man, I seen that shit. I'm like, man, what the fuck? One of the requirements. Hey, commerce requirements. Man, hey, I get it. Hey, they want the first so far off of the trail so that the last could be first. I get it. They telling you right in your face, mankind, kinds of man. I get it. I get it. Even the Book of Commerce tells you about a little tale of fallen angels, but I get it. But motherfuckers scared of Klansmen and them that's from areas that motherfuckers don't even know, but I get it. The Klan's real though, huh? The Klan's real. Is the evilness that the Klansmen and them did? That wasn't that far removed. Jim Crow Biden, Jim Crow Joe had to cut ties with the Klan and ain't really cut ties. He just wasn't seen publicly. I get it, because still Joe, the lawyer, was one of the most brilliant authors ever. Author? You say author what? Shit. Joe Biden was getting his Shakespeare on, writing countless crime bills that sunk countless African Americans to federal penitentiaries for a few get caught with a few ounces and off to the feds. You go for 15 of them and type shit. But I get it. Yeah, they live. Man, I'm telling you, man, all this freak showness that is in the fairs and all that shit. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Yo, festival carnies, and man, that's why they handle the obituaries, that it's somebody entrusted to that, because you might see something that they don't want you to see at these deaths. I get it. There, you know that there are people that are born with tails, but I get it. Why wasn't Flintstone displaying no originals in the Flintstone? I get it. Hell, why the same people that made Flintstones made Scooby-Doo and made the Jetsons, and why wasn't no first in that, but it was last in there? I get it. Why? Hey, hashtag, why ain't it any primates in North America? Why Primate Guard? Primate Guard, did you stop short of Mexico and them, Canada and them? Hell, why are there primates in South America, but everywhere else but North America? So that makes it sets it up that I know that Bigfoot thing. I know that that's psyops, but Bigfoot is possibly the original primate. I get it. Nah, for real. Ask yourself. That is a motherfucking thing that make you say, No, don't give me no, in the Brooklyn Zoo. Oh, no, bitch. I mean, naturally, bitch. Man, it's about 1,000,001 in them types of species of monkeys alone, bitch. I get it. Shit. I'm fixing to try to psyopsically or whatever spin my own Planet of the Apes. You see, I was destined to never really get into the Planet of the Apes, but when I do, I'm gonna see some shit that's gonna just tie into some shit. But you know, it's a tale that says that the primates come from the planet Mars, but I get it. But you know that there was bootlegging. You seen that. I didn't know that, but the British was bootlegging them, that money in them. Man, I see there. You see there? Man, they've been see there? They've been hidden licks like that. The game is to be sold, not told. I get it. But there's counterfeitness type shit everywhere. I mean, everywhere. What species of man is famous and infamous for creator of manufacturing shit? Huh? Ain't China and them infamous for bootlegging in them? Who put them on the bootlegging game, huh? That them gods that they wrap it up in one god, but man, this is a scientific affair on the plantation earth. You see, they work the earth, even in the ancient. You see all them perfectly shaved out apartment type shits that's in the Caucasus Mountains. Shouts out to greedy vegan homeboy that said the Caucasus Mountain had the apartments and all these perfectly shaped type shits in weird places. I get it, but it's too much for your brain because you've been programmed to be a cash cow. You've been programmed to be property. That's it. I get it. Yeah, Florida. To my amazement, Florida has its own tale of, and this is called what is it called? Damn, it's swamp. Damn, what it is? It's right on my damn. Swamp skunk, damn what it is. It's right on my Bigfoot, Florida's own version of Bigfoot, swamp. Damn what it is. Skunk swamp or something like that. Look it up. It's there. Shit. Where Bigfoot and them be at? Around where? The mountain there, man. I get it. Man, there's portals around the mountains, man. Somebody said that is, man, there's portals in the national park. So I'm telling you, man, every time Bigfoot, the predator, hey, that's one and the same. Snap it to the Slim Jim. Big Sasquatch has replaced Macho Man Randy Savage. That spokesman looked just like the predator in him. I know it's too much for the average, man. Niggas been programmed, crackers, sticks, wetbacks, niggas, crackers, all of us, lower end slave citizen, whatever, we've been programmed just to work them. The rednecks, countryman, cracker boy, and they living the dream. Hey, shouts out to I forgot this boy name. Chris. Whatever. But this was the first time that I was around a Caucasian that said that his grandma was an Indian. I'm like, boy, you look like a straight up. How the hell? I was psyotic. I'm like, even then I'm like, bitch, you don't look like Tonto and them, but Oh, that was the $5. That was the dolls. That was all that. That was somebody that slipped into one of these tribes and married in. Oh, hey man, it's some psyop, man. All is on the table, but I'm looking at Buddy Boy. I'm like, man, you got blonde hair, blue eye. Hey man, what the? His mama got land in motherfucking Alabama and shit. Ray, and bitch, I don't mean Ray Charles. That. Man, hey, the race. Man, the next time, the second or any of them, because they ain't first tell you that race doesn't matter, man. And shit, we behind the race. We losing the race. Race always matters. The seconds. Hey, the seconds. Shit, it said in the Book of Commerce that the first niggas will be the niggas that will first will be last, and the whatever will be first, and that is evident with the first Hollywood production to set the narrative and the psyopsness into play, Birth of a Nation. And I don't mean the dude that played, no, not the nigga. They had about 100 years before that in them. The original Birth of a Nation set the narrative off like niggas were straight savages running through the Karens, and had it just made a psyops event of the terror squad that drove around, especially at night, with pissy white bed mattress sheets on with holes poked in them. And over time, they got someone to sew it all up and make it a corporate affair. But the lower of the Klansmen it was a psyops making you hate them, but they didn't tell you the reasons. See, wherever the most of the hate, like in Mississippi burning, that psyops how they got Indians from off that fertile land and escorted, migrated through fear and all that shit, right up the Mississippi, right up to the Midwest, right up to Chicago, right up to the Midwest, Motown and them. You Indians are going to work Ford in them, GM in them, Chrysler in them, all that area, all that. Yeah. So we gonna take and find, Lord knows what the higher ups done found, and just, you know what I'm saying? But let me get back to it before I lose them. For them 7 and oh yeah, Rosewood. Oh, Rosewood happened in North Florida. Ben, don't you know that it was a Rosewood in Central Florida that one of my foremen told me about, and I displayed that probably about three builds ago. The whole thing, the Ocoee massacre in a small town right outside of Orlando, Florida, Orange County, Florida. Yeah. That was around the time of 1920 was a lot of race riots, all that, but that was the poll tax. There was a lot of shit going on, man. But I'll get back to it. Thank the 7 that's in the building still. Let's get it.
This way in his 1996 interview with National Public Radio.
The Federal Reserve definitely caused the Great Depression by contracting the amount of currency in circulation by 1/3 from 1929 to 1933.
In other words, by January of 2009, the world's money supply had been contracted more than that which caused the Great Depression in America in the 1930s.
Some believe the economic crisis that began in 2008 is still being completely manipulated by the big banks, but it is more likely that their debt money system has finally spiraled out of even their control. In 2008 and 2009, nations poured unprecedented money into the system to prevent its collapse. At the very least, unprecedented inflation will surely follow.
After Lincoln's death, the big bankers began returning America to the yellow brick road of financial serfdom. But first, they had to get rid of the silver slippers.
But the bankers were not done bringing post-Civil War America to its knees. They wanted to take all silver money out of the system and make only gold be money. In 1872, a British banker named Ernest Zed was given £100,000, about $5 million in today's money, by the Bank of England and sent to America to bribe the necessary congressmen to get silver demonetized to further reduce the money supply. The Bank of England wanted America's money in their control, and what better way to achieve that than mandating a gold-only money system? The next year, Congress passed the Coinage Act of 1873, and the minting of silver dollars abruptly stopped. Newspapers derided the act as the crime of '73. Everybody knew about it. The average American hated it. Demonetizing silver made money even more scarce. It put the bankers, who were the primary holders of gold, in even greater control of America.
It's been a puzzle to a lot of economic historians, this obsession with keeping the amount of currency so strictly limited. It didn't seem to comport with the expanding economy of the time. You have this rapidly expanding economy. You have immigrants, you have westward expansion, you have new industries, new technologies, and yet you have a restricted money supply, which makes it increasingly difficult for people to engage in consumption and purchases and other types of economic activity.
By 1873, L. Frank Baum was just 17 years old, but he was already publishing a local newspaper in his hometown of Chittenango, New York. By 1877, the nation was in an uproar over the hated crime of '73. Riots broke out from Pittsburgh to Chicago. The torches of starving vandals lit up the sky. The bankers huddled to decide on their next move. They decided to hang tough. At the 1877 meeting of the American Bankers Association, the ABA, they urged their membership to do everything in their power to put down the notion of a return to greenbacks. The ABA Secretary, James Buell, authored a letter to the members that blatantly called on the banks to subvert not only Congress, but the press.
It is advisable to do all in your power to sustain such prominent daily and weekly newspapers, especially the agricultural and religious press, as will oppose the greenback issue of paper money. To repeal the act creating banknotes, or to restore to circulation the government issue of money, will be to provide the people with money and will therefore seriously affect our individual profits as bankers and lenders. See your congressman at once and engage him to support our interest that we may control legislation.
Political parties advocating a return to greenback money sprang up and ran candidates for Congress and president. In the 1878 elections, 21 independents were swept into Congress, mostly greenbackers. 2 years later, in 1880, the American people elected General James Garfield president. Garfield understood how the economy was being manipulated. As a congressman, he had been chairman of the Appropriations Committee and was a member of the Banking and Currency Committee.
Garfield understood the ability of the very wealthy to manipulate gold money. He investigated the cause of the Black Friday gold market scandal of 1869, when financier Jay Gould and others cornered the gold market, causing wild fluctuations in the price. This is a photograph of the actual quote board from the New York gold trading room, which Garfield introduced as evidence during a congressional investigation the following year. This is Garfield's handwriting. After his inauguration, he slammed the money changers publicly in 1881.
Whoever controls the volume of money in any country is absolute master of all industry and commerce. And when you realize that the entire system is very easily controlled, one way or another, by a few powerful men at the top, you will not have to be told how periods of inflation and depression originate.
Garfield understood, perhaps only coincidentally, however, within a few weeks of making this statement on July 2nd, 1881, President Garfield was assassinated.
After Garfield's assassination, the Depression deepened, leaving the unemployed to face poverty and starvation. Produce was left to rot in the fields. The country was facing poverty amidst plenty because there was insufficient money in circulation to keep the wheels of trade turning. The country sorely needed the sort of liquidity urged by Lincoln and the Greenbackers, but the bankers insisted that allowing the government to print its own money would be dangerously inflationary. That was their argument, but critics called it humbuggery. The big bankers finally had complete control of the money supply again by killing off the last competitor to their yellow brick road. Now they had to hold on against the rising anger of the average American. In 1888, L. Frank Baum moved his family to Aberdeen, Dakota Territory to open a general store. Baum sympathized with the local farmers hard hit by the combination of scarce money and a severe drought. Unfortunately, he got so deeply in debt that the bank foreclosed on the store. In 1890, Baum, at age 34, started a local newspaper. It was an election year, and politics was a hot topic in the Midwest.
The 1890 congressional elections were a landslide for the Democratic Party. Only 300 miles south of Aberdeen, South Dakota, in Omaha, Nebraska, one of the newly elected congressmen was William Jennings Bryan, the man who would become known as the Lion of the Free Silver movement. A few years later, L. Frank Baum would closely follow the meteoric career of Bryan and even create the character of the Cowardly Lion to symbolize his political career.
The year 1890 saw no economic relief in Dakota Territory, so Baum's newspaper folded at the end of the year. In 1891, Baum moved his family to Chicago, where he took a job at the Chicago Evening Post.
Meanwhile, back on the national front, the bankers were ready to unleash additional monetary restrictions. Their methods and motives were laid out with shocking clarity in a memo sent out by the American Bankers Association, the ABA, in 1891. Notice that this memo called for bankers to create a depression on a certain date 3 years in the future. Here's how it read in part. Note the telling reference to England, home of the mother bank.
On September 1st, 1894, we will not renew our loans under any consideration. On September 1st, we will demand our money. We will foreclose and become mortgagees in possession. We can take 2/3 of the farms west of the Mississippi and thousands of them east of the Mississippi as well at our own price. Then the farmers will become tenants as in England.
The next year, a leaflet known as the Panic Circular was issued by the American Bankers Association and was subsequently published in many newspapers.
It urged all national banks throughout the United States to help deepen the money panic.
Silver certificates, and treasury bonds, that is to say all the government's money, must be retired, and interest-bearing national banknotes made the only money. You will at once retire 1/3 of your circulation, your paper money, and call in 1/2 of your loans. Be careful to make a monetary emergency among your patrons, especially among influential businessmen. The future of our debt-based money system depends upon immediate action, as there is an increasing sentiment in favor of government legal tender notes and silver coinage.
The Depression actually began in 1893 with what historians now call the Panic of 1893. It all started when European investors demanded payment only in gold, draining gold reserves in the U.S. Again, America was being forced by the Europeans onto a gold-only money system. The results were as inevitable as before. A deep depression quickly set in as the major holders of gold in Europe choked the life out of the American economy. In total, over 15,000 companies and 500 banks failed, most of them in the West. Unemployment skyrocketed 600%, up to over 18% nationwide by 1894. With the winter of 1894 coming on, untold thousands of farms were foreclosed on. As a result, many families had to walk away from recently built homes. It's said that the image of the vacant Victorian haunted house originated from this era. These depressions could be controlled fairly easily with America on the gold standard, and the banks own most of the gold. Since gold is scarce, it is one of the easiest commodities to manipulate. People wanted silver money legalized again so they could escape the stranglehold the money changers had on gold-backed money. People wanted silver money reinstated, reversing Mr. Said's Act of 1873, by then called the Crime of 73.
Bankers and financial institutions tended to oppose silver as part of the backing of the currency. They didn't have control over the mining and production of silver in the West, and without that control, they couldn't have the overall control they liked over the currency.
Most monetary reform advocates today argue that the solution to our current economic woes is a return to a gold standard. This would require that our money be backed by a certain percentage of gold. Interestingly, they use the same terms that bankers of the late 19th century used. They called gold-backed money honest money and constitutional money.
I worked for a gold dealer for a short time. And I would sit there in a room with 40 people calling and trying to sell gold all day long on the phone. And every one of them was telling them, get rid of that worthless money and buy the good money. Then it comes to the end of the month and every one of them walked into the office and wanted the bad money for their pay.
As the Depression deepened and big banks continued to buy up farmers' foreclosed properties, a lion emerged out of Nebraska to try to break their deadly chokehold on the American economy. 1896 was a pivotal year in American history. L. Frank Baum was now living in Chicago and deeply interested in politics. But to make a living for his wife and 4 children, he worked as a traveling salesman. When he was home, he was writing his first children's stories. On the political front, the presidential campaign of 1896 would see the explosive money issue dominate the election. The farmers of the West were sick and tired of the bankers not lending out their gold money. In fact, most of the money that was still in circulation was about $300 million worth of Lincoln's old greenbacks. A virtually unknown former congressman from Nebraska, William Jennings Bryan, ran for president as a Democrat and embraced the free silver issue, which the Populist Party had unsuccessfully tried earlier. Bryan's father had been an ardent greenbacker. The New York bankers were well aware of the anger and tried to control the 1896 Democratic Convention. An article said to have been published in a banker's magazine of 1892 shows not only their attempts to manipulate the politics of the day, but also their deep contempt for the average American voter, whom they refer to as the inferior social stratum of society.
We must go forward cautiously and consolidate each acquired position, because already the inferior social stratum of society is giving unceasing signs of agitation. Let us make use of the courts. When through the law's intervention the common people shall have lost their homes, they will be more easy to control and more easy to govern, and they shall not be able to resist the strong hand of the government acting in accordance with the control of the leaders of finance.
As the quote continues, notice how they try to manipulate the population into focusing on diversionary political issues.
We must keep the people busy with political antagonisms. We'll therefore speed up the question of reform of tariffs within the Democratic Party, and will put the spotlight on the question of protection for the Republican Party. By dividing the electorate this way, we'll be able to have them spend their energies at struggling amongst themselves on questions that for us have no importance whatsoever.
Now let's return to the 1896 Democratic Convention. The issues were remarkably similar. William Jennings Bryan represented the embodiment of all the Democrats' wrath against the gold money system. At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1896, Bryan made an emotional speech entitled Crown of Thorns and Cross of Gold. Bryan's speech was so powerful that it propelled him from relative obscurity to the presidential nomination on the fifth ballot at the tender age of 36. Amazingly, we have Bryan's actual voice recreating portions of this famous speech recorded years later with the advent of recording technology. Although the recording does not capture the power of the original moment, it does allow us to hear Bryan's voice.
I come to speak to you in the defense of a cause as holy as the cause of liberty, the cause of humanity. Never before in the history of this country has there been witnessed such a contest as that through which we have just passed.
Bryan's recreation recording then skips significant portions of his original speech. According to the official proceedings of the Democratic National Convention, Bryan continued with these important references to America's monetary history.
What we need is an Andrew Jackson to stand as Jackson stood against the encroachments of aggregated wealth. We say in our platform that we believe that the right to coin money and issue money is a function of government. We believe it. We believe it is a part of sovereignty. Those who are opposed to this proposition tell us that the issue of paper money is a function of the bank and that the government ought to go out of the banking business. I stand with Jefferson rather than with them and tell them, as he did, that the issue of money is a function of the government and that the banks should go out of the governing business.
Remember the 1892 memo from the Bankers magazine, which bragged that they would try to busy the Democrats with the tariff issue? Here's where Bryan refers to that very issue.
They ask why it is we say more on the money question than we say upon the tariff question. I reply that if protection has slain its thousands, the gold standard has slain its tens of thousands. When we have restored the money of the Constitution, all other necessary reforms will be possible, and that until that is done, there is no reform that can be accomplished.
However, the gold standard and its 30-year-long restriction on the money supply had become so unpopular that even most Republicans had come out against it. Now, Bryan's recording picks back up.
They will search the pages of history in vain to find a single instance where the common people of any land have ever declared themselves in favor of the gold standard. They can find where the holders of fixed investment have declared for a gold standard, but not where the masses have. If they dare to come out in the open field and defend the gold standard as a good thing, we will fight them to the uttermost. We will answer their demand for a gold standard by saying to them, you shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold.
The bankers were scared. The average American farmer was mad about the lack of a plentiful money supply. Now it looked like they had finally gained sufficient political force to win the highest office in the land and disrupt all the bankers' plans. As a result, the 1896 campaign was among the most fiercely contested presidential races in American history. Though Bryan was only 36 years old at the time, this speech is widely regarded as the most famous oration ever made before a political convention. The McKinley campaign outspent Bryan by a 5-to-1 margin. Bryan's strategy was to take his political campaign on the road. Bryan invented the National Stumping Tour. He made over 500 speeches in 27 states during the 4-month campaign, an average of 4 a day, many of them lasting over 2 hours. Across the nation, tens of thousands of Americans rallied around Bryan's appearances with torchlight parades. L. Frank Baum's own son wrote that Baum marched in more than one torchlight parade for Bryan.
The battle became so heated that thousands of miles away in Alaska, the highest mountain in North America, Mount McKinley, was even named for Bryan's opponent, Republican William McKinley. It seems that the first gold miner on the mountain, a man named William Dickey, named the mountain in honor of the gold money candidate in retaliation because his many silver mining friends so zealously supported William Jennings Bryan. McKinley got manufacturers and industrialists to inform their employees that if Bryan were elected, all factories and plants would close and there would be no work. The ruse succeeded. McKinley beat Bryan by a small margin. Bryan ran for president again in 1900 and in 1908, but fell short each time. But the threat his presence presented to the national bankers afforded the Republican alternatives, Roosevelt and Taft, a measure of independence from the bankers. Roosevelt mildly opposed their monopolies, and Taft was unenthusiastic about their proposed central bank legislation that would finally be passed in 1913 as the Federal Reserve Act. The bankers therefore shifted their support to Democrat Woodrow Wilson in 1912. Although William Jennings Bryan never gained the presidency, his efforts delayed the money changers for 20 years from attaining their next goal, a new, privately owned central bank for America, the Federal Reserve. Bryan's defeat in 1896 was a great victory for big bankers. Their yellow brick road had effectively controlled the politics of the nation by squeezing the life out of the money system. Now, with the history of money explained, let's take a look at L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
So who was L. Frank Baum? Lyman Frank Baum was born to wealthy parents right here in this house in Chittenango, New York in 1856.
This is the house where L. Frank was born. His family lived in this area and had a barrel factory here across the road from the house.
It's over here.
Yes.
His father made his fortune in the oil fields of Pennsylvania. In 1880, at age 24, his father built him a theater in Richburg, New York, and Baum set about writing and acting in plays.
Baum's theatrical career met with little success, so in 1888, he and his wife Maud moved to Aberdeen, Dakota Territory, where he opened a store known as Baum's Bazaar. These were tough times in the Midwest. Baum was in the habit of giving credit to his former clients, and this eventually bankrupted his store. Baum turned to editing a local newspaper, the Aberdeen Saturday Pioneer. Baum, however, was not the owner of this Republican newspaper. Jobs were scarce, and Baum was forced to write for his Republican audience despite his family's liberal to populist political leanings. By 1891, times had grown so tough in Dakota Territory that even Baum's newspaper failed.
So he moved Maud and their 4 sons to Chicago, where he took a job reporting for the Evening Post. Like most writers, he had to work multiple jobs to feed his growing family. In 1897, Baum wrote and published Mother Goose in Prose, illustrated by Maxfield Parrish. In 1900, Baum and Denslow published The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. The book was the best-selling children's book for 2 years after its initial publication. Baum and Denslow teamed up to produce a musical stage version of the book that was also a huge financial success. Early film versions were produced in 1910 and 1925, but the MGM classic movie starring Judy Garland as Dorothy was produced in 1939. This version included many changes that largely obscured the monetary reform symbology. Dorothy's silver slippers were changed to ruby slippers to take advantage of the new Technicolor process.
Now, with the history of money in America laid out, let's take a look at the Wizard of Oz to see if these symbols make sense.
Well, the principal and most powerful symbolic reference is, of course, the yellow brick road and the silver slippers. In the book version of The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's slippers are made of silver, as opposed to in the film version where Dorothy's slippers are made of ruby. You take away the silver slippers on the gold or yellow brick road, and all of the other symbolism tends to be lost.
The original populist solution was government-issued money called greenbacks. But the greenbacker movement had failed, so the populists had switched to expanding the money supply with government-issued silver coins. The underlying dispute, however, was not what money was made of, but who should issue it, private bankers or the people themselves through their representative government.
The first person Dorothy meets along the way is the Scarecrow, representing the supposedly ignorant Western farmer. Although he thinks he doesn't have a brain, the Scarecrow proves to be very clever at figuring things out on the trek to Washington.
And this was Baum's way, perhaps, of saying that the farmer, in fact, did understand the basics of economics, and that an expansion of currency was, in fact, a legitimate way of improving the condition not only of the farmer, but of the economy as a whole.
Next, Dorothy and the Scarecrow meet with the Tin Woodman, Baum's symbol for the factory worker.
And what he needed was some oil or liquidity. He needed the liquidity of more money in the system.
As Professor Hugh Rockoff of Rutgers University put it in his 1990 article in the Journal of Political Economy,
the Tin Woodman had joined the ranks of those unemployed in the Depression of the 1890s, a victim of the unwillingness of the Eastern gold bugs to countenance an increase in the stock of money through the addition of silver.
And then there was the Lion, who represented William Jennings Bryan. Bryan was actually called the Lion of the Silver Movement. He was the leader.
Bryan was considered a coward because after his loss in 1896, he backed away from the Free Silver movement. According to Professor Rockoff,
the last character to join the group is the Cowardly Lion. This is Bryan himself. The sequence is not accidental. Baum is following history in suggesting that the movement was started first by the Western farmers, was joined by the working man, and then, once it was well underway, was joined by Bryan. The Roaring Lion is a good choice for one of the greatest American orators.
So off go the four unlikely companions, headed for Oz along the dangerous yellow brick road in hopes that a powerful wizard will grant their requests. Some experts view this as symbolic of the very first march on Washington, that of Coxey's army in 1894, to try to break the Depression.
Jacob Coxey was a successful businessman who led a march from the Midwest to Washington, D.C. to seek redress for the economic plight of millions at the time who were suffering during the crisis of the Depression of 1893. He marched with a so-called industrial army. These were just unemployed men. So this trek is often seen as inspiration behind Dorothy and her group's trek to the Emerald City to seek redress from the Oz, or the President of the United States. Coxey was hoping to meet with President Cleveland. However, he was arrested for trespassing, jailed, and his movement was dispersed.
Coxey was a greenbacker, and his idea was simple. The federal government should build public works and pay for them by printing money. At the time, the idea seemed to be the wildest kind of extremism, but given unemployment of 18.4%, few modern economists would be prepared to dismiss such a proposal out of hand.
On the trek to Oz, the Cowardly Lion falls asleep in a field of poppies. But why poppies?
The poppies were representative of the opium wars that Bryan was opposed to.
Poppies are a source of opium, and falling asleep in the field of poppies symbolizes the populist fear that Bryan would fall asleep in the midst of these new issues.
The lion was rescued from this field where he was sleeping by a bunch of little field mice who, it said in the book, alone, of course, they wouldn't have been able to move this giant lion. But when they all got together, they were able to move them together. So this was like a excellent image of the populist movement, how a lot of people who had no power in themselves or alone, if they knew the direction in which they wanted to go, could move mountains, could actually have a major impact. There's a great deal of symbolism in the book that was lost in the movie, that there's just so much of it that there's no way that it couldn't have been reflective of this monetary reform movement. And some of it is just very pointed, like it couldn't mean anything else. For instance, there's one passage when they get to Oz and she's shown to her room in the palace, she goes through 7 passages and up 3 flights of stairs. Well, it just means nothing unless it means the crime of 73, which to all populists meant that statute, which had revoked the ability of the people to bring their own silver to the mint.
It is not surprising that the layout of the Emerald Palace should reflect the numbers 7 and 3. The crime of 73 was a crucial event in populist monetary history.
The 2 wicked witches were the East and the West. The 2 banking powers at that time were Rockefeller and Morgan. And J.P. Morgan headed the Wall Street bankers in New York and ultimately got his funding from Europe.
The Wicked Witch of the West could represent the Rockefeller interest. Based in Cleveland, based in the Midwest, Rockefeller was dominant in the West and Morgan was dominant in the East.
So when Dorothy first lands in her house and kills the witch, she gets the slippers, which are the power of the witch.
They're no use to you. Give them back to me. Give them back. Keep tight inside of them. Their magic must be very powerful, or she wouldn't want them so badly.
So the power of the witch is the power to create money. Dorothy doesn't realize that she now has that power on her own feet, the power to create money.
Dorothy and her troop are then told that they must go kill the Wicked Witch of the West.
Bring me the broomstick of the Witch of the West.
But if we do that, we'll have to kill her to get it.
She hurls near biblical plagues at the group, wolves and crows and black bees, all of which they defeat. Finally, she is forced to use her golden cap, another symbol of the gold standard, to call the winged monkeys, which capture the group. Dorothy eventually kills the witch by pouring a bucket of water on her, suggesting the liquidity that silver money would add to the economy, breaking the stranglehold of the bankers' gold money system.
With additional liquidity, the economic fortunes of those people can be improved.
People wanted government-issued money, silver in this case. The banks had forced America onto a gold money standard. Then they could cause a depression anytime they wanted to, merely by reducing the supply of gold money.
When they return victorious to the wizard, Dorothy is asked to sew the wizard's getaway balloon out of green cloth. Then the wizard accidentally leaves without her. Fortunately, Dorothy is able to seek out Glinda, the Good Witch of the North.
Oh, will you help me? Can you help me?
Dorothy is then told that the power to solve her problems has been with her all along. She only needs to click the heels of her silver shoes together 3 times. Like Dorothy, America itself had the power to solve its problems simply by expanding the money supply, government-issued silver money. When Dorothy finally gets back to Auntie Em and Uncle Henry in Kansas, she finds that the silver shoes have fallen off her feet, just as the silver issue was vanishing in the late 1890s.
And Baum was right. The silver cause would become a distant memory once the United States became firmly committed to the gold standard with the passage of the Gold Standard Act in 1900. The same year, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz was published.
L. Frank Baum never admitted embedding the symbols of monetary reform in The Wizard of Oz. Consequently, some fans vehemently deny that there is any connection.
However, the period immediately after the book's release may offer some helpful clues regarding his motives. References to current affairs appear in a number of Baum's later works. In 1901, Baum worked on a comic opera entitled The Octopus or the Title Trust. This was while he was still trying to break away from writing any additional Oz books. However, the public pressure became too great as The Wizard of Oz continued to grow in popularity. Eventually, Baum appeared to lose all interest in politics as he became wealthy from having written what would become the most popular children's story in history. So what can we do about this? There are several alternatives. They fall into two general categories: actions at the federal level and actions at the state level. There are three basic federal There are three basic federal
30 more minutes on that. Should have been at this. Thank y'all for the 6 that's still viewing. I know it's kind of dry at times, but that's money. Something that we don't understand at whole. We just spend it. Consumers. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Excuse me. Mind's eye, big old hashtag, what is the Georgia Guidestones? Hey, shit. Shouts out to Jay Meyer that said that one of the mountains in Georgia was shaved off and the White House was made out of that, but they shaved in the squatters or whatever, the seconds etched their self into history, and the the Georgia Guidestones are natural, are from there, from that area, are natural resources from Georgia, but they carved into it, they vandalized and sketched and etched into that, just as the mountain, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Clans Camp Clansville, I heard. Come on, man. Oh well, let me go through the hashtag. Please, brother, don't put no more. Brother, don't put no more. Hashtag 2 for the 5. Oh man, he putting the damn street language in this bitch. 2 for the 5. God damn, boy. You done broke that bitch down, boy. God damn, boy. 2 for 5. Woo! Grinding. Grinding. Shit. You know what I keep in the line, and niggas better stay in line, and you see a nigga like me shining. Grinding. Shit. What he hashtag is fire. Hashtag win the plug. Man, I see that, but I just go win the plug. Don't got it. Yeah, I know that's right. There's plenty of plugs don't got it. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson ain't have it. Johnson & Johnson fumbled with Indians' favorite. The powder, the baby powder. Indian's favorite powder. And I don't mean what Kane got hold to. That is a favorite of Indians and the Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Johnson & Johnson, they stumbled and fumbled. That plug stumbled and fumbled and then was planned and strategized and allowed to stumble and fumble. PSYOPs. The PSYOPs wave. That was stop. We got the 100 million guaranteed. It is documented. Stop it. Open the world back up. Open the world back up. You can't scare them and work them. See, you can't do but one thing at one time. We need mankind, kinds of men at work immediately. All lower end job, get your ass back out there. Shit. Hashtag just Rothschild. I know that's right. Just Rothschild. Let me find out. Nigga want to be Rothschild right there. Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Yeah. Ultimate white oppression at its finest. Is the KKK. And hey, I wanted to jump. Oh, yes, there is. Yeah, man. Come on, man. You know it's documented. You heard her. That was the cooler talk around. Yeah. That ain't that shit. That ain't all that teamed up from the KKK. Yeah, shit. They own shit. The NOIO7. The NOI. They are on to bigger and better technologies, scientific things. NOI and scientific knowledge have hooked up. So somewhere, I bet this who pulled it. That's who pulled it. Farrakhan pulled it. How the hell you pulled Farrakhan off of YouTube, but then Farrakhan is allowed a moderator's panic switch to hit? No. Somewhere. See, I would play the theme song, but I'm just going to sing it. Somewhere in those fighter jets. See, there's no war going on, so the fighter jets have to be put to use or they will rust to death. So, in the 714s, I mean, F-14s, that's 5 real high, damn near like the shuttle in them. Somewhere you can catch Tom Cruise and the minister. I'm just going to say the minister. The most famous minister ever in the same fighter pilot listening to Highway to the Danger Zone. Yes. There. I know it hurts all of us, but that's heat. They left it on the table. They, imagine two of the supposed first and last terrorist groups together at last. The clans and the NO, the Nation of Islam. Shit, there goes the Bama and there goes the woods and the city. The forest meets crackers meets niggas and shit. Crackers and niggas already been fucking one another. Shit, you might as well hate one another, then make up and then make mulattoes. Coming soon. Hey, it already done came. Get it? Stop me. Don't Farrakhan. Minister, no. Minister, no. You left it on the table. You shouldn't. They shouldn't. Somebody shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. Hold up. Hold up. No. Don't send them. I see Muslims in this small hick field. County now. Lakeland. Oh shit. Oh shit. Muslims is in this Hickfield County town now. Oh God, they setting up camp to take Coppertone out. Oh God, I gotta wash my back. Oh Lord, ain't never been here. I ain't never seen them bean pies. I ain't never seen them niggas in Polk County. They nuts, mysteriously here now. Oh, them the shooters, Farrakhan, call them off. Call them off, Farrakhan. Oh, Farrakhan, minister. Hey, I'm serious. Y'all did it. Hashtag, he's on fire. I'm telling, y'all left it on the table. And it's secretive. Let it be known, public record, what was going on. I know I'm losing them. I gain them and losing. Is he trolling? Is he telling the truth? I don't know. I am bipolar. I don't know. Man down. Man down. Man down. Man down. Oh no, never again. Y'all ruined the Monopoly. Oh hell no. I cannot play Monopoly with the family. Oh no, they slow the game down. Oh no, but I'm trying to take over and they be playing. Oh, I know it's a game, but oh no. Man, one more time, please don't send them at me. Oh man, oh Lord, man, No, I got to go back to that hashtag. No, we got to. I don't need no help up on this panel, fucking up the panel. No, him, Kobe Bryant. And I got to start. Farrakhan. Please, no. Jeannie. Them shit's fake. So, yeah. Psyops there. We all them. But let me put this up, man. Hell no. Oh no, they done froze. Farrakhan, don't freeze the screen up. God damn it, it's a 5G tower right down from me. Farrakhan, no famous minister, don't do it. No. Farrakhan, here we go. Man, Coppertone ain't. Man, I don't know what the fuck wrong. Man, Coppertone ain't hearing none of that shit. But man, I don't know what the fuck going on here, man. Hey, man, I got to talk in third person just to separate the truth from the truth. So help me, gods, all cap God. Help me. Vegan, help me. Hey, let me find the hashtag that set it off. That ruin, the 3 strikes. They gonna allow Farrakhan to three strike me just like him. It'll be starting with these are the you're out of here on social media. First, it started with Bill Cosby, not Bill Cosby, but Bill Cosby, and then next was the famous minister, and then the famous nigga with an attitude. They tried him, but this nigga is something else. Donald, orange man, orange hair, orange skin. The only nigga that's allowed to grab any Karens by the life package. They tried to Bill Cosby and Farrakhan Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is ruling Babylon from South Florida, bitches. Yes. Think it's a game. Yes. Coppertone has to talk like this. Coppertone has to talk out of his mind just to get this message through. Man down. Yeah, man, let me find that. Boy, I need that. Boy, I ain't done with that. No. What? I need my comments, man. Where that motherfucker at? Where that bitch with that? Where that's at? It's up here somewhere. Where is that? They probably removed it. Farrakhan, the minister, they probably removed it. Here we go. Here we go. This is the one that set this platform back. Is the KKK and the nation on teams. Man, you know, when they met up, man, you know, if the sexual organs of these terrorist members that had a change of heart and slid by, couple Bamas slid over to a couple of these Indians family reunions, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, come on, man. It was jungle fever in them. Imagine that. Imagine one of these Indians coming over to one of their affairs. Fish Fry Friday, huh? Yeah. After that, mulattoes, and more mulattoes. But it's really not mulatto, because really, whatever the whole is, whatever comes out of that hole, that what that is. So really, but they psyops you. So race, see they slide it up under, but see, the same as above, the same below. There ain't nothing new on this plantation. So follow me. With this is the KKK and the fruit, the nation of Islam on the same team, being on the same teams, some extra in some interracial entanglements went on. So either or team, when the whole say on the KKK side of the team, say Indians slid in and life juices interacted and whatever popped up, the life scene. Remember, I bees that baby, Pepe. Really, it doesn't matter how much it was mixed up and that baby looked it like that baby, I know it hurts, but just like the slavery, the prisoner war, whatever that was, whatever the woman was, it's the same thing. So in life, I know it's hard, but that's how powerful the first is. See, you see how powerful the first. So you see how powerful, whatever you could call it, melon, life, whatever, but that baby was a Caucasian, because that baby came out of Caucasian. So this is controversy, I know, but I can take Coppertone, can take the smoke. Coppertone all smoke. And it really ain't no smoke, it's just common sense. You follow what's still the law, but it's just niggas ain't worrying about that shit. It is everybody on teams, mulatto in them, but it ain't man mulatto. Man, oh man, that is just some psyop shit. But right now, that I ain't gonna play it because they gonna strike me. But man, this content just comes easy, man. What? Man, this what? Man, I've been in the gym just meditating in them, man, for about, I don't know, man. I done blacked out, man. I don't know, man. But goddamn, man, for real, that baby that can't get right, that baby was white. What? That baby came out of Caucasian. That baby, no matter how much that baby looked it like a first, it is a first still, but just, you know what I'm saying? You want to get down to the nitty gritty. This is what? switch over. Say if one of these Bama slid over to a family reunion, you know, what species, what kind of man only, who only has family reunions? What? I don't ever in the world who only has family reunions. What species of man has family reunions on what landmass? What? Do Caucasians have family reunions? Man, those Indians are the only one that have family reunions. So when when David Duke slid over to the family reunion, so just picture David Duke sliding over to a family reunion event with Medea, Tyler Perry, hell, Hopper, Hopper, Oprah might be somewhere in the scenery doing a camel, I said camel. Oh shit, JC. Sorry. Doing a cameo as her saying, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. That was some psyop shit back then. As stingy as Oprah is, that was a GM was, man, that was a major tax write-off. Man, that was too easy off the tongue for Oprah. Oprah ain't giving niggas no shots like that. Oprah is a gatekeeper. What the fuck you mean? That was too easy. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. She had them change up voices from 79 Oprah all the way to like 06 and them Oprah. That was GM. Man, GM was fledging, going under. GM, hey, that line, and then what that was? What line of GM went out of business? That was the GM G6s and G8s. Hey, GM was trying to get money before big liquidation like a motherfucker. Hey, who better to liquidate these bitches than a national gatekeeper like Oprah? And I will never forget that. What? You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. Nah, man. GM done came up. GM done, what? That was a government fair fed. And then soon after that, man, the government, the devil, God, who did they bail out? Man, automakers and all that shit. Man, oh, man, this is a psyop. Man, I see, what? Man, bitch, I know I'm going to heaven, bitch. Take me right now, bitch. Bitch, I am 80 steps ahead of this shit, man. What? I don't need none of it, man. I'm ready right now since I know that since the trait of the so-called nigga killer disease is a sickle cell trait is connected to star child. What? Shit, I'm gone, bitch. I'm out of here. Suicide is my perfectly planned, but I boy, it got to be clean, boy. Perfectly planned, bitch. I'm out of here. I'm gone. Hey, I got enough livable with content that these are messages to my unborn grandchildren. Let me get my Tupac on, shit. Well, them Gemini's a motherfucker, boy. Let me find out, Gemini's is a motherfucker because we the most balanced for this shit. The fuck you mean, huh? Yeah, but is it? Yeah, man, they on teams, man. So let me get back to it real quick. So when David Duke slid over to the family reunion, the entanglements that after happened, that maybe that came out of Keisha hole or Tasha hole or whatever them, them extra ordinary extravagant names that, what I'm saying, us Indians put on that beer. No matter how fair skinned and pretty, oh baby, that baby is a Negro, is the first. Yeah, I know. So that goes it. I can't go up no more because I know I am pacing for time, bitch. I'm down there 3 hours in them. You say good night. I have to work it. Be safe out there. Hashtag hold this. I said hold this personal property tax. Ew. Oh, y'all in the chat, just hey, get it. Y'all got it, man. Let me get back, man, to this, man, so I can finish it up, man.
Level solutions, all of which have at their core that government should issue and control the quantity of money, and commercial banks can only lend out the money they actually have. British citizen James Robertson splits up the money power between two competing governmental bodies. The British government would publish monetary objectives approved by Parliament, for example, an inflation range of 2 to 3%. Then the Bank of England would create just enough debt-free money to achieve those objectives. It would then give this money to the government to spend into the economy by the normal budgetary process.
This is an agency of society. It's a public agency acting in the public interest. And it's acting in the public interest to achieve objectives given to it by the elected government. It should be at professional arm's length from the elected people themselves, because the legislators are going to try and get as much money as they can into their local economy. And if it's a question of a national election, they will want to manipulate decisions about the money supply in favor of keeping them in power. That seems to me, it's a fact of life.
Commercial banks would still be in operation, but could only lend out the money they have. Then they would have to compete for additional money on the open market, just as other corporations have to compete in the market to buy the materials they use. Lending out extra money that a bank didn't have would be considered a form of counterfeiting.
They would be prohibited from creating new money at all. And they would be competing, absolutely competing without subsidy, as they have now, competing with other banks to provide a better deal.
Right.
And what this would do, it would make the banks truly competitive, which they're certainly not at the moment. They're about the only huge industry that is subsidized to the level that they are. And also a competitive market for borrowing and lending would encourage new entrants to come in, much more than they can get in now, when the existing licensed banks are so highly subsidized by the permission that they are given to create new money.
Right. In other words, banks could only lend money they actually had.
Absolutely. And I think that's the situation that the Central Monetary Authority should be in. It should create the money debt-free, and it should give it to the government to spend into circulation.
In Ellen Brown's solution, the government would create all the money debt-free.
The solution to all this is to return to the government-issued money of the American colonists, and particularly the colony of Pennsylvania, which had its own bank and issued government credit. Congress feels that they have to bail out the banking system, and the real reason is that we think that we're dependent on this banking system for our credit, but we're not. Like Dorothy and all the characters in The Wizard of Oz, we have the power to create our own money and our own credit. The government's mentality in general seems to be, we'll do what we have to do and we'll worry about paying for it later. But what you could do is pay for it now. In other words, you don't have to pay for it later. You don't have to pay for it with debt. You can just pay for it with money.
In the money master's solution, the government creates all the money in the form of debt-free U.S. notes or their electronic equivalents, and then spends that money into existence through the normal budgetary process. Existing money is, of course, replaced one for one with the new debt-free money. The national debt is paid off with this new money as well, but to prevent inflation, reserve requirements are gradually raised on the commercial banks, requiring them to maintain 100% reserves. In other words, banks could then only loan out money they actually have.
I think that the solution is what I call $1 of capital, which is simply that you have to have $1 of capital against every unsecured asset you lend against. So if you're going to loan against a credit card, you have to have $1 of capital for every dollar that's outstanding in balance. If you're going to write loans against houses or against cars, you can write all the loans you want against the value of that asset, whatever that is. And as long as you do that, there's never a banking safety and soundness issue.
Solutions at the state level will be easier to achieve initially before reform at the federal level is politically possible. An interesting fact is you don't have to have a federal charter to create a bank. States can charter banks as well. All it takes is a bill passed by the state legislature. Many states already allow state-chartered banks. The state then deposits all their funds into their new bank and can then utilize the fractional reserve principle to their advantage by making loans to themselves for roads, bridges, etc. at no interest. When the loans are repaid, the money is extinguished from the system. The beauty of this system is you create wealth without creating a permanent increase in the money supply and the consequent inflation.
During the Civil War, Virginia authorized counties to issue their own debt-free money. Since there was no gold, there would have been no money in circulation to maintain commerce. These surviving bills are tissue paper thin.
Minnesota monetary reform expert Byron Dale has proposed legislation for Minnesota to charter a state bank which would be empowered to give the state government all the money necessary to provide infrastructure funding such as road building and repair without debt or interest.
My concept of money reform is just a little bit different, but it's only based upon the fact that for me personally, it's easier to work on my state legislators than it is my federal legislators. And of course, the solution to our problem is clearly money put into circulation without debt. Now, it really doesn't make any difference how you do it. It just as long as the money comes into circulation without a debt to anybody and as a payment. The very concept of the bill is to simply have the banks create the money and spend it into circulation to build the infrastructure for the state.
This proposal is currently working its way through the Minnesota legislature with several bankers as sponsors. Actually, the state-owned bank idea is nothing new. The Bank of North Dakota is the only state-owned bank in America. It was created in 1919 as a populist movement swept through the debt-ridden farm.
I try. So you mean to tell me that you that looked like you that was breaking that down, saying that I'm trying to listen to the language and shit. You saying that you working on both sides of the political, so you one of the bankers, huh? You look like you favor J Records, the dude. What's the owner? Dude at J Records, Clive Davis. You look like Clive Davis. So hook nose and what? Man, why won't you just tell everybody what the fuck is going on? Huh? It's bad enough that everything built that this whole modern society is built on, and I'm tempting to play that song, but you know that this ain't no secret. It's stolen land shit, man. Ain't none of this shit to go. And give it up. Give up the backers who own, who fakely claim and control the slave numbers. Without us, without the citizens, none of this shit is possible because you ain't gonna do none of that. You were bred and put here to be overseer. You are a hook nose. You ain't doing that. That's why the Southern rebels, those Bamas that rushed the Capitol, did you see who they was hell bent at? Nancy Pelosi, that is a Karen hook nose in them. And I found out, hey, that them Bamas, the shit, all of the whites here in the South are mad at a certain hook nose in them. So, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to say who's doing this. I'm going to break down the different descriptions of white people here that I see in Florida. There, I take it because the first of the seconds is I done broke this down, but I'm gonna do it real quick. The politicians in them type, so they just call them the preppers. The regular, the good white people. There you go. The next, I got to, man, I'm gonna try to, man. Who's doing this? This is why this shit ain't gonna, by the time I end this bitch on total 3 channels, man, this bitch probably get 30 just views real quick. Oh, hell no, but it be, hell no, boy. Oh. So you got the good white people, then, here we go. I'm gonna try not to say that now. I'm gonna say imagine. I don't say that much no more. I gotta keep that on the route, I think. What should I call the seconds? It's about 4, 5. First you got the good white people, so the preppies. Next, the countrymen, the farmers. You know what I'm saying? The rich farmers, countrymen. But down here in Florida, you know what I'm saying? The countrymen, you know what I'm saying? They farm, they hunt, they fish. You know what I'm saying? It is a salt life. You know what I'm saying? They be all, you know what I'm saying? But they like the finer things. So, you know what I'm saying? But with inside of that, you know what I'm saying? We all fucked up and shit. But then in that, this is where, boy, this shit got started to get. But it is better to see it and hear it, and you know what to expect. Hey, that one goddamn thing, and your bitch can't be mad at the Caucasian, man. You know what to expect. Hashtag them good white folks. That shit, man. The good white folks, man, give it all back. Repent for your whole bloodline here on this ancestral ground, and then that's the greatest white person ever. Shit, until then, they fair. We all fair. They're fair white people. Called hashtag them fair white folk. The next is called the rednecks. Rednecks is the ignorant, you know what I'm saying? You go see them more brandishing, you know what I'm saying, the gangs, you know what I'm saying? But the gang that niggas are mad over that rebel flag in them is a indigenous gang flag that was from the Bamas, from Alabama and them. So man, I know. Nigga spooked, you spooked. You is the spook, the ghost, the Casper has spooked. Casper, KKK was the Casper ghost. You see how they mind fuck you? Niggas scared of the Casper the ghost. I know. So they can't be from this world. They got to be from whatever, the descendants of the fallen angels that took a roadmap down the motherfucking Milky Way galaxy, and during the Milky Way galaxy, they stopped off and got off. And then they got back on the Milky Galaxy there, and then they seen something, they was destructed. Plantation Earth. The plantation will be third rock from the sun. See, I know, but everything is mythical. I know. It's coded up too. I know. I ain't gonna go. Yeah, but the redneck. Oh, there. It's 4. Maybe 5. It's 4. Oh, then you know what I'm saying? You're average. You know what I'm saying? Hatred and spewing and doing all type of. It gets worse, y'all. It gets worse. The white trash. I seen the white trash. Ooh, here in Polk County. They it's spread out on the outskirts around the industrial parts. Yeah, but it is, hey, they done mixed all poverties and all, but I seen this at a youngin'. I'm like, man, but it is what it is. Hey, so there you go. It showed that the seconds, hey, man, they living the most treacherous and the most savage about this, showing you what actions speak louder than words, because even in the Indians' worstest, you will not catch too many crackheads or whatever funked up people who walk around barefooted and shit and all that crazy shit like that. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, I done seen some writings that say that it is why a token or whatever, a token Indian, token Negro, gots to be in the mix to soak up the culture. See, I seen this shit in writings. I was like, hell nah, that's why the token shit. Because if one is around one another long enough, everybody gonna return back to. That's some real. I seen this in some scientific type shit with me being in these type rabbit holes and shit, and I'm like, hell nah. The tokenism, man, get the fuck out of here, man. It's real. I lost it, but I still got it. Man, I'm like, man, what the fuck? Oh hell no. That's why they don't want you to touch race, man. They don't want you to touch race. Race. You can win race on land, air, and water. They don't want you to touch race. Don't you worry about the past. Your past is the past, but celebrate every pagan oppression day. And the most poppin'est one coming is the 4th of them goddamn July. The Jews lied on the 4th of July. So there is 4 descriptions of white people around my neck of the woods. There is the good white folks, there is the countryman, there is the redneck, and there is the trailer trash. There you go, white trash. What they call it is proudly to be identified by all those titles. So I'm not hurting shit. So all of those 4 good white, good, bad, fair, whatever, they hate the hook-nosed Jews. They hate the Jews with a passion, because the Jews put them up under slavery too. It's a psyops mind fuck shit. But you wouldn't believe me. Look at what the top CIA agents that was Bamas, that had the rebel tink, that had the rebelness in them, went straight for Nancy Pelosi. What is she? What is she? What is she? Those convicts, the top convicts that got caught, was CIA agents. It was perfectly pictured photographs. It's like, wait, hold up. like some Madonna type shit. But they walked them through the jail. Those were CIA agents. Only CIA type shit is allowed to destroy some shit like that. Get the fuck out of here. So look at, I know it was a lot that went on in 2021. The security guard could have been CIA agents too, man. They backed up too easy, man. What the hell? Those was elderly Belmers. Those wasn't the Proud Boyish types. Those wasn't the Boy Scouts. Those was elderlies. They was about to start transitioning and having a change of heart. They weren't gonna hurt nobody. Hell, security guards looked like they wasn't gonna hurt nobody. Man, I can't, man. This year, 2021 has just named 2021 just 20 psyops. They labeled a cold. They labeled a flu. They labeled a stomach bug 19. Then it mysteriously started in 19. And they got bill after stimulus, whatever act to amend this going on until 2025. If you alive even to see it, because Tom Cruise and the famous minister are somewhere doing a late night shift playing the Top Gun soundtrack music. Famous minister, don't send them at me. Let me finish this. Don't send them at me. Brother Young, hey, just call Brother Young, Brother Balance. Hey, this young man was saying, hey, after the elders was just jittish. Just jits, just acting like jits. The jit came in. I don't mean to call you jit like that, but the jit came in. Hey, I know this side like this. I feel all that, but balance. And then he just dropped the mic like Kobe in them. I'm like, hell no. I appreciate the information and the content, but this content, I don't know shit. Hey. Peace, though, young Ricky. Duck Ricky. Don't get shot by a fucking, hey, Ricky. This is a public service announcement to you. This is game. This is jewels being dropped here. This is Karen got bullets moment. Your name Ricky. Do not get caught in alleys in the hood drinking milk with your head down, knowing that your possible your cousin, your brother, somebody in your family beefing and shit, and don't get caught. Don't let your best friend or your cousin or whoever just say, Ricky! And don't get shot by a sawed-off shotgun a half a mile away in that alley. Don't you do it, Ricky, but nice to have you here, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. 21 gun salute. I know that was you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for calming the atmosphere down. Yeah, let me get back to it though.
Farmers of the northern plains.
Even in these worst of times, the Bank of North Dakota is earning record profits and helping fund their state. It's been doing this for the last 90 years, hardly a radical startup idea. According to the bank's president, Eric Hardmeyer,
we are the depository for all state tax collections and fees. We plow those deposits back into the state in the form of low-interest loans. Over the last 10 to 12 years, we've turned back $1/3 billion just to general fund, to offset taxes or to aid in funding public sector needs. Not bad for a state with a population of 600,000. In 2009, the state of North Dakota does not have any funding issues at all. We, in fact, are dealing with the largest surplus we've ever had.
Interestingly, the Bank of North Dakota idea was initiated by a group of Swedish immigrants to North Dakota in the early 1900s. Community banking had been going on in Sweden for at least a century before that. Around 1820, the Swedes came up with the idea of the savings bank.
These full reserve banks only lent out money they actually had. They decentralized the money power and were encouraged by the government as a way for municipalities to fight poverty.
These operated on what was known as the church steeple principle, where the bank could only make loans to customers whose houses could be seen from the highest church steeple in town.
These community banks increased the commonwealth instead of the big bankers' wealth. This helped Sweden grow rich, which helped Stockholm
to grow into the magnificent Venice of Scandinavia that we see here today. But then the debt-based bankers attacked the savings banks.
They first convinced most of them to consolidate into bigger and bigger banks. Then the Swedish Parliament was convinced to pass a law allowing the non-profit savings banks to be bought up by the commercial banks. After a series of mergers, these banks are now called Swedbank.
They were under a severe attack during the 80s, but many of the saving banks still remain in the country, and they are very effective, and especially because they decentralize the power and give it back into the hands of the citizens. They empower the local communities, and in times of crisis, they have proven to be more profitable than the big banks.
Now there are only about 50 savings banks left, a small remnant of a great idea for publicly owned banking that shows that communities or even nations can operate debt-free.
Iceland's tiny economy and sparse resources were also nurtured by a series of public interest savings banks. Despite a population of a little over 300,000 people and a gross domestic product of around only $12 billion, Iceland is one of the most civilized nations on Earth. But then the government privatized the savings banks, similar to the Swedish savings banks 20 years earlier. But in Iceland's case, even the Landsbanken, which essentially was the Bank of Iceland, was privatized as well. For the first few years, things looked good. The economy doubled. But under the surface, the private bankers were creating a huge financial bubble. They opened a new offshore internet bank called iSave, targeting depositors in the UK and Holland by offering attractive interest rates for new depositors. Hundreds of thousands of new accounts were opened. Entire towns and police department pension funds put their money into iSave, as did charities such as cancer relief funds. Using fractional reserve lending, iSave fanned that into billions for questionable new loans. iSave started investing in European ventures, especially in Russia. Many now believe that iSave actually became a money laundering operation for the Russian mafia. All the while trading on the good reputation for solid banking Iceland had built up over the previous decades.
However, when the bank was privatized, it still used the good reputation of Iceland to grow huge and do, lots of criminal activities. And the owner, Björgólfur Thor, he became one of the rich boys in the world really quickly, one of the billionaires. I've seen documents linking him to the Russian mafia and his father. One oligarch that fled to the UK confirmed that Iceland was used as a money laundering machine for the Russian mafia.
When the crash came in 2008, the big Icelandic banks quickly failed.
In the 5 years' time they were privatized before the collapse, they actually grew 10 times the Icelandic GDP. And when it collapsed, you can imagine how huge the collapse was, because they collapsed onto the shoulders of the nation or the taxpayers.
The Icelandic parliament at first poured enormous amounts of taxpayer money into them to try to save them, but they still failed. Then the government bailed out all the Icelandic depositors, but the IceSave accounts were not in Iceland and were never insured by the Icelandic government, and so they were not bailed out. However, in the face of tremendous political pressure at home, the British and Dutch governments bailed out the IceSave accounts of their citizens and then tried to make Iceland pay for it at terms that have decimated Iceland's fragile economy.
The income tax of more than half of the nation, just the interest of this particular loan. Then you have other loans, and we would have gotten from, in 2007, being the most developed nation in the world, into a nation spending all its GDP just paying interest of foreign loans.
Inflation shot up. Icelanders soon discovered that even the principal on their home mortgage loans was indexed to inflation. Many Icelanders saw the principal on their home mortgages double and their payments triple. This despite rising unemployment.
The way the loan system is in Iceland is completely outrageous. I mean, it is, your rights as a consumer are zero.
Foreclosures mounted and the citizens rioted. They call it their revolution. They stormed the Parliament Square. The president was forced to call for a referendum. 93% of the people voted not to bail out the bankers.
The Brits aren't exactly as shining lights here about how to handle international relations. It's one of the worst conducted, most absurd things I've seen in a long time, really. I mean, it is obvious that the Icelandics cannot afford to pay this money back. All we've just seen is the first anti-bailout tax revolt here.
Now the ruling party is trying to convince Iceland to join the European Union to be eligible for loans to save its economy. The people, however, seem unconvinced that more and more debt is the solution. Iceland now seems determined to take back their money power and not take on more national debt.
What I want to implement here is a healthy banking system where you don't have fractional reserve, you don't have high interest. The bank should not serve as mafia outlets. It should be something that is important for the communities.
Over 70% of Iceland now opposes joining the EU, and some are now supporting proposals for cities to start up savings banks based on the Bank of North Dakota model to provide local credit and stop the rising wave of housing foreclosures.
We're not part of EU yet. They are trying to put us in it with 70% of Icelanders don't want to join the EU, but the Social Democrats are in power, and that is their sole mission, to get Iceland into the EU.
Iceland is proud of its democratic heritage. Iceland is the home of the oldest parliament in Europe, having met annually for over 1,000 years. For the first 800 years, the Icelandic parliament met at this site, where the North American tectonic plate meets the European plate. Called Thingvellir, Icelanders consider this a holy site where elected government was born. Today, Iceland is the new battleground as it attempts to become the first nation in modern times to escape the serfdom. Iceland to join the European Union to be eligible for loans to save its economy. The people, however, seem unconvinced that more and more debt is the solution. Iceland now seems determined to take back their money power and not take on more national debt.
What I want to implement here is a healthy banking system where you don't have fractional reserve, you don't have high interest. The bank should not serve as mafia outlets. It should be something that is important for the communities.
Over 70% of Iceland now opposes joining the EU, and some are now supporting proposals for cities to start up savings banks based on the Bank of North Dakota model to provide local credit and stop the rising wave of housing foreclosures.
We're not part of EU yet. They are trying to put us in it with 70% of Icelanders don't want to join the EU, but the Social Democrats are in power, and that is their sole mission, to get Iceland into the EU.
Iceland is proud of its democratic heritage. Iceland is the home of the oldest parliament in Europe, having met annually for over 1,000 years. For the first 800 years, the Icelandic parliament met at this site, where the North American tectonic plate meets the European plate. Called Thingvellir, Icelanders consider this a holy site where elected government was.
Man, you could ponder on something new every day, man. Let me find out. The tectonic plate where a meeting. Man, look at these phenotypes and shit on this motherfucker shit, man. But the game is to be sold, not told. Who put them up on this shit? Huh? If it's in man, huh? The game is to be sold for this type. I mean, for right here. Who put them up on that? Huh? The meeting ground and all that, huh? This perfectly planned place, huh? That circle that I just paused on a couple of times, man. That type of shit, man. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. It's up there to be like, who put them up on game? The game is to be sold, not told. So if it's told to you, you got it. It's a secrecy. It's you are indebted. You are in debt. You see how some people don't want to be debt, no debt. That's what the Book of Commerce was. That's what Jesus was stressing about. All that extra scamming and shit, man. It's debt. It's banking. It's debt. It's debt. It's death. It's artificial. Give me the real. Barter, or you know what I'm saying? I don't need no credit type shit. Bible was against credit because it puts you into fucked up situation. You be stressed out like a motherfucker. The Book of Commerce told you not to worry, but the biggest thing that they spend billions, trillions every year, the national debt. What the hell? What anything national debt got to do with y'all? Got to do with us? That's on y'all scams. The biggest scams for us is let loose the slave number, bitch. That is been there to take care of us, but enough of us need to do that. Is the PPP, bitch. Let loose the slave numbers, huh? Yeah, man. Yo, you will be surprised. You will see your shit on, man. It's a website. I don't know about Harvard, man. They out there. You put these motherfuckers up. Your shit be on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages in them. All across the world. That mean that, man, your shit is traded on the stocks and bonds. You think that only wheat, barley, hay, all that shit is traded, man? Your social security number is traded, my Indian. Especially the Indian. Shit. They stole, killed, raped, plumaged, all that, and then they redid it. They reshuffled up and around, and then they gave it out as real estate. They killed and got the land, the real property, the realest property ever. And they put it in God we trust, and then put it in real estate. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. That's why they do the title searches. They are hoping these title searches don't pull back up. They just, yeah. All right, Pat did. All right. I mean, you should. Hey, y'all should start on some Hey, y'all start the land pad on something vagrant first. See how that go first. Then everybody run it. But hey, I guess I don't know. Oh, hey, but this about the money shit. But man, let me get back to it, man. For them three, hey, boy, it must not be nothing on TV or nobody in the YouTube streets, or y'all really down with me. Thank y'all. Appreciate that. Let me go on to finish this. A minute, man. I got 10 minutes, man. Let me shut up. Let me shut the fuck up. 10 goddamn minutes. Type of shit going on.
Today, Iceland is the new battleground
I paused it.
as it attempts to become the first nation in modern times to escape the serfdom of the debt money system. If Iceland escapes, the rest of the world will be watching.
If you end up paying this money, entering into the EU to try to find salvation that way, it will only get worse. The thing, what has happened in Iceland is going to happen on a worldwide scale in our lifetime. There won't be enough money to cover all the debts.
Why are governments pumping money into private banks? Why are they not letting them roll? I mean, just like any other. And then the excuse is, oh, they're too big to fail. Let them fail, please.
So what this all boils down to is whether America, still the freest nation in history, will once again break free of the privately owned central bank as it has 6 times in the past. Our money is not issued by the government, even though they make it look like it is. It doesn't have to be this way. This system has got to go. Some will say, well, those crooks in Congress will create too much money once they get the money power. But Congress now creates all the money at once. It just creates it as debt, which never gets paid back, and which we, the people, have to continually pay interest on. Instead of creating bonds or debt, the government could and should be creating dollars, interest-free.
Even though the federal government is out there borrowing and spending.
Hold up, man. Doing the most. Man, you seem smart, intelligent, whatever. Man, that ain't our shit, man. That has nothing to do with it. That debt has nothing to do with us. You just feel that way because you can't envision shit crashing out and shit. That's it. I'm a bit scared of not being taken care of. That's what that is. The work and all, man. The workers, me included, when I go back to work, taken care of. Employment, taken care of. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about much. Just come slave it out, and that's why you get paid profit under wages. That's it. Profits. Yeah. That's the fear. The fear of them not taking, the fear of the government and shit not taking care of us, you and I. That's why this shit gets, hey, nigga, Indians not worrying about no money. They ain't worrying about no credit. Not right now, they run it up. Run the back credit up, man. They scamming. The hell you mean? Shit. Yeah, that's me. But Come on, man. You smarter than that, man. Damn. You know better. You know this shit fake. You know this shit a
$3 trillion,
Ponzi
10%
scam.
of GDP,
You know this shit scam.
9.4, something like
You
that.
know none of this shit ain't real.
Even though they've
None
done
of it.
The total amount of debt outstanding in the system.
Debt.
Since the beginning of 2008 actually
That debt don't have nothing to do with us. We are not board members. We are not part of this. We are the cows. How can the cows be worried about the farm? The only thing that the cows should be worried about on the farm they're going down is death. That's it. Because the cows, after you milk and milk, that's it. That is a representation of a cow's titty.
The quarters that are in your pocket are not
That is
that bad.
a female cow.
As the
Shit,
inventor
she
of the
suffers
electric light, Thomas
the worstest.
Edison put it,
You gotta make
If our
these
nation
little
can
babies
issue a dollar bond,
squeeze. I
we
gotta
can issue a
these
dollar
titties.
bill.
I gotta
Both
squeeze
are
and feed
promises
them,
today, but
and
one
then these
promise
shits
backs the
are milk,
users and the other
and
helps the
then
people. Edison
I'm
was
usury,
friends
and then
with
I'm
car
used
maker
up.
Henry Ford. Ford understood how the monetary system depended on keeping the average.
Whoa, I call that right in time. Hold up, yeah, but yeah, back to the woman cow. I know the woman cow. Like, God damn, at least let me be born a man, a male cow. Shit, a woman cow has it roughest, straight usury. Look, for real. Woman cow gotta dread that shit, man. Just growing up, just knowing that, seeing your mom and them out of here, usury up, used up, your aunties and them, all woman cows. Heifers or what all heifers. Young cows, young female cows are the most dreaded, depressed. That's probably where the mad cow disease came from. The woman cow. Man, God, I'm tired of this shit. The fuck you mean? Just misery and torture, just being raised as a young female cow to grow up. I mean, to get older and older, you fenced in. Ain't no wild cows. That's a man. So scientists, who made cows? What two animals would put together to make a cow? Huh? Let me tell you something. The domestication alone, scientific. They gonna say revolution shit, production. For them too, for real. The female cow the youngin has to grow up and seeing aunties, great aunties gone, used, double deaths, just usury, fuckery, just all type of grandma out of here, the same thing, mama out of here. Then to grow up and say, God damn, this is me. For real. You get used by a bull, the top bull, gonna come through. It'll have life juices of cow. See, cow paw cured smallpox for the Caucasians, then everybody to go get along to work their ass to death. But, nah, the same thing. So when the life juices of the cows meet up, when that meet up, that bull gonna come through that bull. You see? Dogs, bull, and bull, them young bull. Them bull gonna come through, tear up some shit, skeet, and then out of there. Rolling stones, rolling horns. So the female cow got like, God damn, man, I gotta get used. I ain't get married. Baby daddy didn't know them status. right on the same farm, ranch or whatever. Man, them young bulls just going around from female to female. And the young female, the female cow, that's where the mad cow disease came from. Feminine energy. Paying these meat eater, these canes back. Paying the canes back. Yeah, mad cow disease came from the woman cow, from the heifer. I can't get right. Heifer goes related to the woman cow, right? Right? I think. I ain't that dumb and old yet. Oh, well, old or dumb both. Fuck it. Yeah. The female get ran up in and then get milked, literally. They milk you for the cattle life hold, the bull, the old bull, young bull, medium bull, sugar daddy bull, all them bulls run rampant in female cattle life holds. And what is left is after results. And these youngins milk the titty, and then the farmer milked the titty for the milk violently. Time after time until that titty can't take it no more, and then on to the slaughter. Man, ain't that a bitch? So that is my assumption of where the man-made mad cow disease is man-made just on the fucking factor that cows are man-made, because show me a wild cow, huh? Let me tell you something. There it goes. So the domestication of any cows on any plane of this goddamn that I could on the U.S. just fucking what I can say. I can say Africa and Europe and all China and all them, but I'm saying it ain't no wild cows here in America. So that shit is man-made. All cows, huh? Who is the origin? What is the first cow? Just like the first dog is a wolf, or in Africa, because of early man, it was shown that early man, and see that out of Africa, but it was something out of Africa, Planet of the Apes, I don't know, but I'm gonna say the source. I done shared this, I done showed it. The origins of meat eaters came from early man. Early man was a scavenger fighting for the leftovers with a scavenger dog-like. This dog-like thing is only in Africa. Jackal or hyena. I'll pull you some. Go get a gun. That is Africa's dog, I guess. Yeah. So everything has an origin. That's one of the origins. What is the origins of cows? Cows. Just like I feel like down under the fucking kangaroo is a man-made. That is whatever was left over from whatever Greek freak shit, whatever was going on. The top, that kangaroo has a physique of a goddamn chiseled built boxer. Them motherfuckers are deadly serious. That's my shit. Go ahead. You good. Yeah. That goddamn kangaroo is man-made. What made the kangaroo? Huh? There's so many questions on these animals on this plantation. Yeah, but what's going on? The ear of Hereford and these are two stealers, squatters of inventions. It is said that Hereford stole it from a nigger and rat nigga, look, the hook, whatever, but these inventors, squatters of stealers of inventors by niggas, most likely. They got a secret to keep and a story to tell. What's left on this? 8 minutes. Could I shut the fuck up? Could I shut the fuck up for 8 minutes? I ran everybody away. I mean, everybody. Even the hashtagger moderator that assists. I ran him off. God damn it.
American confused.
It is well that the people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning.
Under this system, we can never get out of debt. It's just impossible. Nor is gold-backed money the solution. That was the most important symbol in The Wizard of Oz. You think international manipulation is easy now? Just wait until we return to a gold money system.
As Thomas Edison told the New York Times, gold and money are separate things. Gold is the trick mechanism by which you can control money. That is the root of all evil.
The solution is government-issued money. That's the most democratic form of money system. It maximizes freedom in a republic instead of the centralized control of the international plutocracy we are rapidly devolving into. But be prepared to deal with the modern-day gold bugs. Their arguments divert us from the real question.
They say that this money that is created by the state or by society is not real money.
Right.
That it may represent real money, but it isn't real money.
It's not what backs our money. It's who controls its quantity. That's what The Wizard of Oz was all about. Big bankers were controlling the quantity of American money, gold money. Others will say Congress isn't responsive to the people as it is. Well, of course not. Politicians are responsive to those with the power. Right now, the banks have the power. We have to take back the ultimate power of any nation, the power over its money. With the power of banks diminished, politicians will become responsive to the voters once again. If we value the Founding Fathers' dream of freedom and escape from serfdom by political self-determination, we have to conclude that creating our money is too important a function to be put into private hands. History has shown time and time again that leads only to plutocracy, rule by the rich, and ultimately slavery. But what about the banks? They're already failing. Let the big banks fail. No bank is too big to fail. Government can issue its own money. We don't need their hyper-expensive compounding interest system. Don't worry, banks or banking won't go away. You'll still go down to your corner bank to deposit your check. Your bank will still be there. Only the guts, the bank's accounting system, the part you will never see anyway, will change.
It does not mean that the banks will be unable to be prosperous. They would have a slightly different business model than they enjoy now, but not even all the banks have that model today. You have savings and loans, credit unions, loan companies that historically don't create new money, but yet they do intermediate money, they do loan it out, they do take deposits, and they're careful with the investments they make. And they do make money on fees and on being the intermediaries between those sources of funds and the investments they make. And that would not end. It would not. So banks would still have, in my opinion, would have a very prosperous future.
All we need in the face of this oncoming first depression of the 21st century is a little education. We can make this the new civil rights movement, the new human rights movement. Nations of the world, the same applies to you. Virtually every nation now labors under the same monetary system. All money is created at interest, as a debt. Once again, we're falling for the bankers' threats of economic collapse, just like when Andrew Jackson tried to kill the second bank of the United States. It's nothing but pure extortion, world extortion. Let them fail. Remember, all this money we're giving them is at interest. Money we are borrowing to give to the banks. Then these very same banks have the audacity to loan this money back to us at more interest. This system has got to go.
I think it'll be a very big change. I think it will be actually an essential change, looking to, let's say, the next 100 years or so, in the survival of our species.
Absolutely.
To get this thing straight.
That's the secret that can set humanity free. Our children won't be saddled with any more national debt. That's right, no more national debt. That term will cease to exist. And don't fall for the argument that those rascals in Congress will spend too much money if they get the power to create money. Look at what they're doing now. They aren't spending it, they're just borrowing it, then giving it away. It can't get any worse. The questions raised by the study of the symbolism embedded in the wonderful Wizard of Oz are even more important when you understand that this is not just an American problem, it's totally international. This privately owned money system is worldwide and is literally the primary cause of most of the world's hunger, poverty, misery, and disease. After William Jennings Bryan's loss in 1896, their cause started weakening. Their ship started to sink. In 1900, L. Frank Baum's wonderful Wizard of Oz was like a desperate flare fired into the night of history, hoping that someone across the centuries would notice, would pay attention to the greatest issue of their era and ultimately ours, humankind's escape from the debt money system. Let's follow the example of Abraham Lincoln when he issued greenbacks in 1862 to save the nation from permanent division.
Money was intended to be used in exchange, but not to increase at interest. And this term interest, which means the birth of money, is applied to all breeding of money, of all modes of getting wealth. This is the most unnatural. Ooh, that's powerful. Let me give a little breakdown on that for them two that's still here. That's simply breaking down of how they strangled out the ones that was left to work the seconds or whatever. The people, the farmers, how the governments could choke them out at any given time and all that. But before, if all of this greediness, all of this enlightenment to have this whole plantation the way it is, of all of the technology, all the ologies that mankind strives after and all this, I keep saying, all this shit is based on right now it can be put back together, but because they took all the land and took who took the first out of their natural working. If it was work for the survival, you got to barter and all that. It was going on before the bankers and all this bullshit. So, with the first scam and everything after that, because of interest, which means the birth of money from money, interest. See, that's what the Book of Commerce. See, I understand because actions speak louder than word, but the Book of Commerce, the shit speaks of not getting entangled up in these fucked up entanglements by the choices and all this shit. That one, you will get in fucked up contracts and all this shit. I know, I get it. What is this to say, huh? So everything that everybody heard, it's especially no good. I mean, it is what it is. All the technology and all the, you marvel after all the technology, all the finer things in life is no go. It's bad for you. It's unnatural. You take after all the artificial things, but the land, which is natural, which ain't no trophy. Not them broke down the shit. Motherfuckers, the Indians are rotting just like the Bamas and all them now. Those are the trophies. Shit, I see them. Damn. It's clean, but boy, it's probably going back to a rental. I ain't no better. I'm just saying. The land, but I get it. So, the birth of money, interest, which means the birth of money from money, is applied to the breeding of money. Of all modes of getting wealth, this is the most unnatural. That's powerful there. For the love of money is all evil. I get it. I understand, man. That survival is a motherfucker. Survival and tradition. You can imagine this, yeah. Strike type sit day. Try to make it run for something, but I get it. Right up until every time. Thank y'all. Every time it's something happen that they make happen for reaction. Now the biggest happen for reaction is the race theory shit. Man, some of these somebody needs to start tying some shit in. All these educated and all this brains and shit. Shit. Just saying. There is some solutions. All right, man. There's plenty. The biggest solution is the biggest non-participation in as much shit that you could stand, if you catch my drift and all that, but I get it. What's up, man? Peace. My brother. Peace. Yeah, I get it, man. I'm like, man, how the hell the national debt, how people get so the national debt, like you taking this on like a man, the only reason you give a fuck about the national debt is because you think mom and dad is going out of business. Mom and dad is going to die, basically. And you is petrified. You don't know what to do without mom and dad. And when I say mom and dad, I mean these corporations, the governments, these governments. When you say the national debt, man, you a slave. Oh, and I ain't even going to tell that. Yeah, national debt and slaves. What the fuck is you concerned of the overseer's plantation going out of business? You should be happy as fuck. X said that. Even if a bit want to say he was psyops or whatever, It's true. Was what happened in the past, was that psyops or was that real? Was it a psyops that was it some MK Ultra on our grandparents and great grandparents? Them, they didn't really go through that shit. That's all the history, all that shit was psyops. So we just, I get it. We changed up just as the names, because back to the Book of Commerce. See, a bit so carnal about, you see, parents, I mean, the children going up against parents. Shit, that's been going in the time. That ain't nothing new. This shit, you go deeper in the Book of Commerce, and man, that could be talking about generations battling generations, because look, one generation did not want to be called another, and that caused a bunch of chaos alone. Look, Malcolm X was what? He was fighting what he was? A Negro. He was transparent. He was Negro. His mama and them colored. That man no colored. I'm a Negro. Negro, you get my drill? All the way to, shit, I'm black. I ain't no Negro. Psyops. Then when 88 came around, shit. All right, man, I want this to go, so different world round about that time, man. It was a different world, shit. It was a psyops mindfuck that made all the way to African American. I am African American. I am not black. Psyop this. Even this shit. All this information about the Aboriginal, this shit come from who? They hit it. Who this come from? I say, man, I got some people. Man, I seen on the piece, man, I am trained to look. I am a detective, man. I'm looking at the small print and all this shit. Where this shit links coming from is Reddick and shit. What is Reddick? I know niggas don't, Indians, all that don't know really. So Reddick is the Caucasian that's married to Serena Williams. He has the website. That's his website, Reddick. He may be fucked up, I don't know, but that is a breeding ground for the Proud Boys and all that shit. A lot of this shit comes from that shit, that national, where you think the national talk comes from? Let me tell you something. Doing the fiasco, doing the CIA psyops shit that went on the Capitol, some of the newscasters were saying these white nationals. There you go. Yeah, man, I'm doing some deep shit right now. I ain't 6,000 years ago and got motherfuckers. Man, that's gone. Motherfuckers see the psyop shit with that. Motherfuckers say in the past, but what type of past, huh? I'm motherfucking pondering now. What the past is all right with? Which past? Brothers, bro, what past? What they said directly on you, bro, but in general, for the head niggas in charge that's running this shit, and then for the overseers in the white man's world that's full of white man diseases, viruses and sicknesses and weird shit. Man, you can put 1 and 2 together, man. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1 together, and just bomb. There it is. But man, motherfucker be at it dumb as fuck, man. Motherfucker be at it, man. I just lost my content right there, but it's all good. Man, this shit, man, psyops. So, was everything in the past really psyops? Cause the motherfucker done forgot about a whole lot of shit. Just how the dough, but I understand and get it. So, you don't want to let tradition down. You don't want to let the parents down. That is your survival. You work. Motherfuckers, the majority of workers hate working, but you work because you got to. You think you have to, but enough leverage ain't in enough places to make this shit. Hey, you don't need to shut everything, man. Shut the major corporations down. Kill the flesh. The slaves of all the plantation. Every slave on the plantation of planet Earth, or whatever this motherfucker called, Terra, whatever. Kill the flesh of the worldly desires of, let me say, of these international corporations. Coca-Cola, Nike, them, like, let's shut them down, and then we gonna make the other ones get in line. I know. So your lavish vacations is just you on vacation, you're so cause look at the end of the day. Look at this whole thing. I'm like, damn, motherfucker's still stressed out. It's always a stress point. God, a motherfucker going through this, going through that. Wouldn't it be the best alone if you just, man, they need some land, man. This land, give some motherfuckers some land and don't fuck with the motherfucker. And whatever treasures they find in the ground, I mean, it got to be a way. The motherfucker don't want to strike. That's what it is. You got to strike, buddy, but you will strike the job shit. You won't strike no survival shit. No type of strike. Nothing. You let Jesus grab the wheel. You want the politicians to grab the wheel. You let them grab the wheel, thinking that these elections are elections. Nah, those are just selections. Bitch, you in this bloodline, bitch, you been selected. Bitch, get up there and do what we want you to do, bitch, because if not, bitch, it shows you in this goddamn thing. Everybody, every president, administrator, whatever, president, that's all they is, president, didn't do right one way or the other. One way or the other. Out of there. Bitch, you out of here. I get it. The survival. But at any given time, a bitch is at the beck and call at the universe, because shit changing. Shit, the normal rainy shit in Florida, it ain't, man, it's dry. The sun shit look closer. The fucking moon has a grayish, the fucking lights, let alone just have light. That extra glow, I see lights, you just have an extra glow on them at all times. It's a differentness. I don't know, is it man? The universe and the man-made man is trying to divert shit, is trying to see a virus out some shit, trying to divert some shit. So they know those big ass observatories and all, they observing some shit. It's something. So all this extra science, the unknown, bitch, you scared to go to the unknown because you've been programmed to stay where the fuck you at. You've been entertained to stay where the fuck you at. All these goddamn trophies, the more trophies you got, why ain't the land a trophy? All these motherfucking trophies around, that shit. Nigga, Indians, I get it. Right up until, bitch, it's some natural energies that could knock energies on this plantation now, and they got some man-made some shit that'll start knocking these grids out, and then that fancy trophy, that fancy stuffed up all these communities. But let me get on these fancy smashy shit. All that fancy smashy shit ain't worth shit. You bet you can't even drive it because they the electronic. You catch my drift? That's that. 1,000, bitch, they bunch up and tear down all the trees and put you in the suburb, bitch. You is pent up in some lock. Look at how the lockdown, like the scare down, the fear down. Get your ass in the house. Those bougie motherfuckers, some of the rich bougie. I don't give a fuck, bitch you white, whatever. Bitch, you lock that mother. They changed the motherfucking security guard on these gated communities. Bitch, you locking yourself in, did you? Because all the outbreaks start in what? All of the suburbs, all these tight ass communities. Motherfuckers start breaking out, run, yeah. I get it. I said this last year, man, motherfuckers ain't trying to hear nothing but what what the government say. The government say, get now, stay feared out. See, motherfucker wasn't even killing. They the hardest gangsters and shit. Murder records was broke by murder laws. Ain't nothing getting killed. Ain't squirrels or nothing. Ain't nature running around. Hey, the Bama's in the house. Everybody in the house scared. So, it's the plague of all this, the end. All the Christian ministers, gatekeepers, we're hearing things around the world. The end of the world, God coming, Jesus coming, man. Shit. Life was normal. Life was normal. We delivering. We ahead of all that shit I've been delivering 3 years ago. Off and on type shit. But I'm like, damn. This shit goes down, man. Shit was just good 3 days ago. Before they said, and shit started shutting down, man. I'm around this bitch, no mask. I ain't, man. At that time, when 85% of workers, wherever level, whatever, they not trying to use logic and start trying to think. Motherfucker just got into a 30-year mortgage, a 30-year fucked up contract. That compromise, you gotta go. Go. What you saying? What? Shut it, man. I don't want to be home. I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to be nothing. I want to live with nothing. See, you want to be taken care of. So when they say shut the government, government shut down, all this psyops talk and all this shit. Then they start screeching shit down. Who was going to be affected by this last shutdown before getting the house down? The elderly, they were going to start snatching the Medicare. But then miraculously, the Super Bowl, they opened, man, they remember? You don't remember because there's been so much psyop shit going on. They were shutting airports down and shit, remember? No, you don't. Shame on you. Then miraculously, they opened it up, going on, and then later, 19, remember that? 19. That was the last ripple face, the Great Reset. They was trying to catch some elderly, going to get them out the way. So we could catch this is the great, what the hell did you just do? You ain't fixing to eat on. No. Watch out. You go. I love you too. No. You crazy? This is the greatest wealth transfer. The baby boomers. The baby boomers are about to start transitioning and they got all the wealth. land and all, man. They trying to catch they trying to catch as many people with wealth off guard so they can catch them off guard with fucked up wills that they ain't really said yet. And they catch them off guard and they can go inside of those motherfucking trusts by just living off the interest. Interesting. Man, there's so much shit, man. This shit psyop, man. Hey, left behind. Survival. For them three that's still here, man. I appreciate that, man. I want all this time in, man. Time invested, man. It's all I think about, man. Been sacrificing shit. I ain't completely got it together, but I do got it together. But I feel it, but I need it. And thank you, wisdom, for even if this don't go, man, this gonna go because this gave me what you got going on. This give me discipline, give me a little template, you know what I'm saying, to shoot at. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, waking and baking. I'm committed. Word is bond, I'm going. So I'm trying to get the concepts, you know what I'm saying, down as much as I can and more consistent with certain things. But I thank you, man. And if I pay attention to detail and all that and work hard on these people job, you know how I feel about this, man. Hey, it's something that even though me and my better half, you know, how life and marriage is, and you know what I'm saying, but I thank her that she must see something because she giving me room. You know what I'm saying? To be great, it's a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? So I don't say it as much, but she'll know it. I think the ultimate stop, if I have time. I'm not the best, but I'm not the worst. I guess I'm just enough to be balanced, fair. That when it do pop, that it's gonna mean that much more because I'll be able to give you the world. Thank you, Jazz, for seeing. Oh, this look nice. It's straight. I like this. Thank you. And you may not think this, but I wake up in good spirits every time I wake up. You know what I'm saying? That's just part of me, and I am so proud that this one, because I already had the practice and the, you know what I'm saying, on the way, those damn near 200, damn near all live bills, whatever you want to call it. I got a template like where it ain't hard. So this one She loved her to death. So thank you, Mrs. Coppertone. 21 gun salute. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of confirmation to see. I seen the other day a content creator that does his content is based on trying to help the content creator get better at his live streams and streams and stuff like that. So it was confirmation to see that what the things that he used to like make the things what I make, I've been doing that and stuff, and this confirmation just that the journey, you know what I'm saying? You gotta embrace the whole journey. So I embrace and I challenge and I want these hard times like this, you know what I'm saying? So when I be on my shit and it feel like I be just ranting, I be getting off those the little whatnots in my little way that I can find while still making me go, you know what I'm saying? So I understand the connections and the seniority that everybody has and all that. And I embrace it, man. I look forward to it, man. And 4.5. This will be a clean one, man. Till next time, damn, I need that'll be the ultimate of that's what I need. Just do them 3. I need the discipline just to do them 3 and get me some study time where sometime where I can start breaking what I learned down and just it's overwhelming that time, man. I can't even fucking I see what knowledge could replace food. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to be great, man. And this is mine because I ain't doing nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? This me, but this could provide so much more. Countless things. So I appreciate y'all, man. Till next time. Wednesday. Next definitely one. Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's get it.